sort of an offline chat at the moment, but we are, of course, expecting several people to arrive shortly to speak to their submissions on the annual plan matters. But could I, first of all, as always, invite our City Kaumatua, Tame Pokaia, to open with a karakia, please.
Tēnā koutou atamari kia koutou. Nā me mō te kaunihira o kirikiri roa, e hui tahi ki te whiriwhiri I ngā kaupapa maha o tēnei tāone nui. Me ngā mema kutu hono a roro hiko, whakarongo mai e titiro mai ana, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. E te atua kaharawa koe nei mātou e whakawhetai atu kia koe kia pā mai tō ringa aroha ki runga I te iti me te rahi. Arahi mātou I runga I te tika me te pono ke kore kōtiti I roto I ngā kaupapa maha o tēnei wā. Ko koe tō mātou piringa, ko koe tō mātou amorangi, anei mātou whakawhetai I runga I te ingoa, tō mātou kai whakaora, mā ake ake. Amen. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, tamai.
Kia ora, Tame. Thank you, as always, for being here and for opening our meeting so beautifully. Members, we have got several matters that we need to deal with before we hear from our submitters, but I don't think many of our submitters have arrived yet, so we will have time to deal with those. The first, of course, is apologies. We've received an apology for today from Councillor O'Leary. I note that we have Councillors Niha and Bidder online, but I presume they'll be with us for the full meeting. Particularly appreciate that from Councillor Niha. I don't think he's in a gondola at the moment, but I presume it is in the middle of the night where you are. So thank you for being up. I hope that you managed to stay awake a little bit longer than I did when I beamed in a couple of years ago from London. And I was receiving messages from the current Deputy Mayor telling me, for goodness sake, go to bed. But I did manage to get there. So are there any further apologies? There just being that one for partial absence from Councillor O'Leary, I'll move that that be accepted. Could I have a seconder? That's the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. All in favour, please say aye. Against, no, that's been carried. We move on to confirmation of the agenda. Just want to point out to everybody that there is one change to the published agenda, including the run sheet in front of you, and that relates to item number 13, the Waikato Mayoral Forum, discussion of the future of local government. It's been decided to withdraw that topic from the agenda for today in light of very recent developments, and I just want to clarify that the report had been prepared prior to Tuesday's government announcement outlining the Head Start pathway for simplifying local government. At the time that the report was written, the Mayoral Forum was planning an approach that focused first on understanding and agreeing the functions of local government before considering the form or structure of any future local government entity or entities. On Tuesday, as you will have heard, the government clarified its expectations for councils following feedback from across the sector. In particular, it outlined a clear preference for unitary authorities and set out defined pathways, the Head Start and backstop options with associated timeframes. This places emphasis on decisions about form much earlier than the approach the Mayoral Forum had intended to take. Given this change in direction and the specific deadlines involved, it is prudent to take time to understand the implications of the government's latest announcement before considering what position our council will take. So withdrawing this item allows us to do that work and to determine how we engage constructively with our regional partners going forward. But I do just want to assure you that all elected members will be brought up to date with those developments and our options in the very near future. Apart from that, there shouldn't be any further changes to the agenda, so I will move the confirmation of the agenda. I beg pardon? Oh, Councillor Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tim, for outlining that change in the agenda. Are you willing to take any debate on this issue at this point in time?
Well, it is actually mentioned in the Chair's report, so the Mayoral Forum. Can you just explain what in particular would you like to
look, as long as there's an opportunity at today's council meeting to address the item that
Yes,
you've just
okay.
spoken to, then I'm happy
Fair
with
enough,
that.
fair
The
enough.
Chair's report
Can I
would
just
appear
check
to be the
something?
right place.
Can I just check something with the Chief Executive,
Sure.
because I absolutely understand the query.
Just want to make sure I've taken.
I'll just ask the Chief Executive to comment, because it's a valid question.
Yeah, so what we want to do now is just, obviously, when we were in the workshop the other day, I think we all just got hit with it as we were pretty much there or just beforehand, and my garbled sort of outline of it was probably as good as it could have been at the time. As Mayor Tim said, staff have gone away and we've done a lot more analysis, and we've spoken to a whole bunch of people and that sort of thing, got more clarity from DIA about the process. What we need to do is take you on that journey. B, all councils across the Waikato, actually right across New Zealand, are going to have to make a decision. Do they want to be involved in the head start side of things, or wait for the backstop, which is a few years out? Sit tight. Doesn't mean to say you wouldn't do anything in the meantime and that sort of thing, but we need to tease that out with elected members so that you get a full understanding of where the government's coming from, probably the lack of information we have on some things as well. And then we will need some indication on the appetite of council, whether you want to go fast or a little bit slower going forward. So I think that's probably quite a fulsome discussion, and we need to make sure that all elected members can ask their questions, but also staff will be looking for views as well, and hopefully getting a consensus view of council or from the majority about where we head. Obviously, we probably will need a council resolution around that, so we will do this at haste, finding times for it, and also finding a time for, it may well be a extraordinary council meeting tacked on the end of a committee meeting. So don't worry about that. We've got that in hand. We understand the urgency of this. And you may have seen that the Regional Council have actually put a press release out in the last half an hour saying that they favour a unitary council for the whole of the Waikato region, and want to work with the Mayoral Forum on that proposal. So I think we'll probably see some more statements of that nature around the region, and I think we just probably need to be able to absorb all that in a measured way.
Thank you.
Excellent, great, thank you. I think we did put the motion, didn't we? I moved, it was seconded by, okay, we didn't put the motion. Could I have a seconder for the confirmation of agenda resolution? Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No, that is carried. We move on to declarations of interest. Does anybody have any interests that need to be declared relating to items on today's agenda? None online either. There being none, then we move now into public forum, where we'll be hearing those who have asked to speak to their written submissions on the financial contributions and fees and charges issues that we put out to the public for their feedback. As you can see, there aren't many in the room at the moment, but I am advised that at least 2 will be submitting online. Individual submitters are allocated 5 minutes to speak. They can answer any clarifying questions that you may wish to put to them, and organisations are allocated 10 minutes. Our first submitter is Natalie Jessup on behalf of the Endangered Species Foundation. I understand Natalie is online. Can you hear us, Natalie?
Kia ora, morena.
Kia ora.
Yes, I can hear you.
Morena, Natalie, thank you very much. We're 1 minute early, so thank you for being ready, but we appreciate your written submission, and the floor is now, or rather the time is now available to you to speak to your submission.
Awesome, thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou, ko Natalie Jessup aho, no Tangaroa Tuia Te Ora. So yeah, thank you for hearing me give our presentation today. I am the General Manager of the Endangered Species Foundation. So we're a national organisation, but I'm based here in Kirikiriroa. So yeah, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on the fees and where those contributions could go. And it also took me down the path of looking at more systemic changes that could be possible in partnership with the Hamilton City Council. So I'm just going to share my screen. So can you all see that?
We can, thank you.
Cool. So yeah, just to introduce our project, it's called Awhi Awa, which means essentially embraces stream, and we're looking at how we can engage communities to restore the health of waterways for our most endangered species. So as you probably know, we have a lot of taonga species that are in our waterways, and they're a real sign of the health of our waterways. And a lot of these species add to the interconnectedness and the health and the modi of the water. So we have species like kanakana, which is the piharo, Maui dolphin, the bittern, the matuku hurepo, and also a whole lot of other freshwater fish species like the tuna and the koaro. So 89% of our native freshwater fish are either threatened or at risk of extinction. Then we have 66% of freshwater native birds are also threatened with extinction. And here in the Waikato, there are less than 50 Maui dolphins left. So they only live out on the west coast between the Kaipara Harbour right down to Taranaki. And they also rely on healthy waterways in order to, they live so close to shore that they need the healthy waterways coming into their habitat. So we started this project out at Ohanawai, Matahuru Marae, with our co-chair Tawera Nico. And the goals of the project are to highlight the importance of why, restore freshwater ecosystems, empower communities to learn about the species and restore waterways. We're advocating to protect endangered species and critical habitats, and we want to partner to adopt more sustainable practices and integrate education for residents. And a key part of this project is urban communities. So many of our waterways are connected to our cities and our towns, and it's something that I think's kind of been overlooked. You know, like we know that the Waikato River, once it goes through Hamilton, is actually in a much worse state than before it hits the city. The other key thing is that there's so many people who live in our cities, so there's this massive opportunity to educate people. And so what we're trying to do is reposition in people's minds that these aren't drains that we just flush away what we don't want. They're actually streams. And we know from research that's been done in Tauranga and in Wellington that is actually tuna, the long-finned eel, are living in these drains because this is their habitats that they used to return to once they were out at sea. Or once they were, you know, the little glass eels coming back, they come back to where they originated from. So we piloted this project with Borman Village Kids. It's an early childhood centre in Rototuna, and the engagement and the feedback was just incredibly positive. So one of the reasons they did that is because a lot of their tamariki are grown up without backyards, and this is a really important way to increase their connection to nature. So the kete that we've developed has educational material. We include signage of the different species, and it's made out of scrapped stainless steel. We have education modules, a video on how to apply the signage, and people get a subscription to our newsletter. We have an online kete of resources with a whole lot of information, and that includes the Ika Taki, so all the information about the native freshwater fish, and that's in English and Te Reo Māori as well. And you may or may not know, but we have 19 different species of native fish in the Waikato Awa, from something that looks like a flounder right through to the long-finned eel and species like the kanakana or the piharo, which is prehistoric. It's not even a fish, it's something completely in its own category. We educate people on ways that they can look after the water that's coming out of their whare, their school or their business. So that's like internally inside inside the from inside the building, and then we also inside and outside. So we look at the outside drains and the inside drains and just educate people about what they're putting down the drains. Try to help them embrace the really, really important taonga that is fresh water and that is running out. We have these amazing recycling and composting schemes here. We're really leading the way in a lot of spaces, and there's a potential to do the same with our water. So what we do, we run workshops. We ask people to identify waterways that are near them. How can we engage people in the project, and then what resources do they need? And then through the workshops, people come back and they have their own localized plans. So this is nationwide. So we've got a map across the motu of different communities that are already doing this. So they purchase a kete from our website, we send it out, and then we tell their story about what they're doing, how they're engaging their communities. So this is what we've already done here in Kirikiriroa. So these are residents at a bupa lifestyle village. This is the drain outside Hayes Common. We've put a little tuna on there. This is where the dogs go and get their water. And then this is a workshop that we ran with Tamariki. So they went back to their school, and they're running a whole lot of exercises in their school to educate people about native freshwater fish and how to look after water. In the business and development area, we've been working with Naylor Love. So this is a tuna that they put on a drain at their Sylvia Park development. And they put a mesh under the drain to look after it while they're doing the construction on the site. Longer term, we want to put a QR code on which links through to their story on our website. And they've also gone down the process of educating their staff. And then the next thing they want to do is educate their the company that they're doing the development with, so that then the company, when they take over the drain, all their staff are understanding and looking after the drain as well. This is something that happened in Tamaki Makaurau. The Auckland residents got together, and you can see in this first picture just here, what they did is they've identified drains that they're going to look after in their street, and then that's all getting mapped out. It's critical in some areas because of flooding, and longer term, there's also the opportunity to increase more create more permeable surface areas that absorb flooding. So yeah, the Auckland Council's been very keen on this project as well. The Deputy Mayor is keen to see it rolled out more across the area. In Otago, they have launched an Adopt a Drain program at the Tomohaka Lagoon. So what they want to do is make that area have less contaminants going into the waterways. So what you can see here is they've mapped out all the drains, and when you zoom in, the little fish that are on the map, those show you the drains that are being looked after. So this is in a pilot stage at the moment. Opportunities for Kirikiriroa, we need to engage developers early and integrate urban residential water care in the plans, systemic changes that can happen right up front, empower and educate new and existing residents, mapping to track, monitor and report on the drains being cared for. We can be daylighting a whole lot more streams and doing more native planting, especially I live near Lake Rotorua, and there could be a lot more native trees and plants done around there. Having awards and recognitions, making sure that there's impact reporting and doing a lot of systemic planning and long-term change. And also, I think there's a massive opportunity to here in this city to lead the way for Aotearoa. Like I've shown you where the other projects are at, but we're such a nimble city, and we really jump on innovation. And so I just think there's such a cool there's such cool potential to actually show people this is possible and this is how it can be done. And we've got so many waterways here. We've got the river, we've got Lake Rotorua, and if we could actually be showcasing how you can do this, then I think that would be really great.
Natalie.
Over here on the right.
So Natalie,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have actually gone beyond the time that was allocated.
Oh.
So we do need to keep to time. How much longer
Yeah.
did you have on what you're showing us here?
Just 1 minute. I'll be real quick.
Very fast, please.
Okay, this is a 6-lane highway in Korea that's been transformed back into a river. This is our project. You can sign up on our website, and we've got a hui coming up in September. Please come.
Excellent, thank you. Natalie, thank you for a very clear and compelling presentation, and in particular, thank you for the work that you're doing in our community. I know I've learned quite a lot in the last 10 minutes, and I'm sure that some other elected members and people who are present have done as well. Particularly appreciate your focus on teaching our children to be probably far more aware and responsible than we were at their age. So it's very much appreciated, but we unfortunately do need to move on, so there isn't time for questions at this point. Has Joe Galvin arrived yet? No, then we shall move on. I understand that Brendan Hewitt is here. Is Brendan and yes, Brendan, would you like to come forward, please? And Brendan is speaking on behalf of Chedworth Properties, so also has 10 minutes. Just to clarify, as I mentioned earlier, those who speak solely as individuals are allocated 5 minutes. Those speaking on behalf of organisations are allocated 10. Welcome, Brendan. Thank you. The time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brendan Hewitt, General Manager of Chedworth Properties Limited, or CPL. So CPL has been developing in Hamilton for over 30 years and delivered more than 6,500 sections. We're currently developing Greenhill Park in Ruakura, which is about 1,600 lots, with over 1,000 already completed. We're also party to a private developer agreement with Council and TGH, which sets out how infrastructure is funded and delivered in that area. The draft financial contributions policy seeks to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects on three waters, transport network, park reserves and open space, seeks to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, seeks to offset the adverse effects not covered by DCs, and to do so proposes a generalised charge based on projected units of demand. In our view, the policy fails to recognise that greenfield developments like Greenhill Park already manage their effects on site and on the wider environment. We don't rely on existing infrastructure, we build it. We also pay for upgrades to the wider network via development contributions. So that includes all three waters infrastructure, roads and transport networks, parks, reserves and streetscapes, and stormwater mitigation systems. At Greenhill Park, for stormwater specifically, we've built over 11 hectares of swales which are planted out and designed to treat and control stormwater before it leaves the site. On top of that, we also have covenants requiring on-site mitigation for every house built in Greenhill Park. These matters were discussed at length and agreed with Council as part of the original consenting of the development. So the effects that the financial contributions are intended to address are already avoided or mitigated. And so because we're already delivering and funding this infrastructure ourselves, applying additional financial contribution creates a real risk of double charging. We're particularly concerned about the Te Ture Whaimana component. As far as we can see, there's no clear link between Greenhill Park and the level of contribution proposed, and no clear demonstration of actual effects. It's not to say we're against protecting and enhancing the Waikato River. Of course, we support that, but just looking at the effects on Greenhill Park, we're struggling to see that link. It's because stormwater is managed on site via an extensive swale network, again, specifically designed and approved by HEC to manage stormwater effects within the development. So the question is, if we avoid, remedy and mitigate effects on site, provide all required infrastructure, parks and reserves, and already paid DCs to cover wider network upgrades, what specific effects are we being asked to pay for? The policy also introduced a high level of uncertainty through permitted activities being charged, financial contributions with no clear process for consideration of discounts or arrangements where those have been dealt with at the developer level. Potential for reassessment of financial contributions as part of a Section 127 process, Discretionary discounts, noting these are capped at 50%. There's real concerns with leaving those matters to council's discretion. Discretion only works when council applies a pragmatic and positive lens to development. However, it only takes one staff member who refuses to look at projects in that light to cause a range of timely and costly issues at their whim. This is unfortunately something we're currently experiencing with HCC, and what should be simple approvals turn into a staff member applying their own personal viewpoints on proposals where there are no firm policies in place to guide them. With that in mind, the policy needs to be very clear as to when FCs will be charged, when FC assessments would happen and when they wouldn't, and when discounts would be applied. The policy also fails to acknowledge or recognise existing development areas and agreements in place. For CPL, we already have a binding infrastructure agreement with Council via the PDA. That was designed to allocate costs fairly, provide certainty, manage effects, and recognise that CPL is paying for its own infrastructure. So the draft financial contributions policy does not properly recognise that framework, and at best would provide for a 50% discount despite infrastructure requirements already being agreed with HCC. Again, this fails to recognise the provision of infrastructure and management of effects on site. With all of this in mind, the only sure way to ensure these matters are properly taken into account is to exempt Greenhill Park in the policy document. And finally, this isn't just a developer issue. These costs flow directly through to section prices, housing affordability, and housing supply. And this is at a time when development is already very challenging. Adding layers of additional costs and uncertainty will slow delivery and not support it. HCC continues to state it's pro-development and open for business, and are quick to pat each other on the back when large developments are going ahead, while at the same time continuously adding further costs and barriers to development. So in summary, we're asking for a straightforward and practical outcome. Exempt Greenhill Park from the financial contributions, given effects are managed on site, avoid duplication with development contributions and existing agreements, and provide certainty and consistency in how the policy is going to be applied. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brendan. And we do have time available for any questions or clarification that members might wish to raise. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Brendan, for your very clear submission. Can you talk a little bit more about how you expect it will be inflationary for house prices? You know, because I imagine, as you say, it, you know, it can't be absorbed. It has to effectively go on to the... Yeah,
there's no more room for absorption in property prices. They're going down, if anything, you know. We haven't upped our section prices since 2022. There's just no more room to do that. So all of these effects, all of these further costs, are just being absorbed, and there's just running out of room for it, you know, and at the builder level as well, you know, they're really struggling to make these projects stack up. It's very difficult at the moment. And then again, just every one of these costs, they all add up. This is obviously, we're looking at $1,000 per section for this one, but that's on top of these massive DC increases. You know, looking at the ERY charges, and it just makes these properties less and less affordable, and it does hinder development, you know, and we're trying to grow, and Hamilton's been doing a really great job of that, but it does feel like there's just a constant barrage at the moment of increased costs and barriers to continuing that that success that we're having as a city.
And just real quick supplementary. Second question, do you think sometimes developers are seen as an easy target?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep, and you know, I can see why, but again, it's not easy to make projects stack up currently, and I think that does need to be recognised better by HCC. That it's very difficult to make these projects work. So yeah, I think developers are seen as sort of the target for these funding mechanisms. Yeah.
Brendan, we have got two more questions at least. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Morning, Brendan. Thank you for your
Thank
comments. So what I've heard is that you've set out why you think Greenhill Park should be exempt, and who do you see this as being applicable to? You've set out very clearly who you think it shouldn't be applicable to, is there anyone left that it would be applicable to?
It's probably not my job to come up with where that money's going to come from. I would think infill development is probably a more likely candidate for, if you're looking at where the effects are coming from, I think infill development is in that place because, again, I mean, we've built this huge swale network that's planted out with native species. You know, it's dealing to stormwater on site already, but infill developments can't do that. There's no space on an infill development site to mitigate your effects. So your effects are pushed downstream and they will have an effect on the wider network. So I think that is probably a better place if you're looking at it from an effects-based perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Brendan. I agree you've got lots of swales and whatnot in your area. My understanding is they do require quite a lot of maintenance, so would you accept that these financial contributions might help to address that issue going forward?
I don't know how that is. We maintain them for the first 5 years, so we're already doing a lot of that maintenance anyway. And obviously when they hand it over to council, they're in a good state. By then the plant should have grown to a point where there shouldn't be as much maintenance required. It's a discussion that would be happy to have, but development contributions in my mind might be a better place for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Huata.
Kia ora, Brendan.
Kia ora.
If you're mitigating potential effects on our environment through the swale network, what are your apprehensions about Te Ture Whaimana?
Again, it just comes back to the effects on it and where those effects are coming from. And just given our effects end at the boundary of our site, and the policy seems to be relying on where those effects are coming from for funding those projects. It's about the effects, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Excellent timing. So, councillors, thank you for your questions. And Brendan, thank you for a very clear submission and also for allowing time for questions.
No problems.
And for making time to be here. We realise it's time out of your working day.
It is, yeah. It takes a lot of time to get through the
Thank
stuff
you.
we should be developing.
Yes, please, and please keep doing that. Could I invite Tuti Cooper forward, please, who I understand is speaking for Justine Young. Good morning. Welcome, Tuti. So this is on behalf of the Waikato River Authority, so again, it's a 10-minute time slot.
Kia ora. Mō te kaunihera tēnā koutou. E papakitu ana ngā tai o mihi kia koutou I roto I ngā tini āhuatanga o te wā. Kua rangi tā miro tātou ki te tiaki I te mana me te mauri o te awa o Waikato. Ka eke ai te kōrero o Kingi Tāwhiao. Tōku awa koiora me ona pikonga. He kura tangihia o te mātāmuri. Tēnā koutou. Greetings, councillors, staff, attendees here today. My name is Tuti Cooper. I am of Waikato Tainui descent. Ko te awa mārahi marae e tauana, ko Ngāti Āmaru te hapu. I am the operations manager at the Waikato River Authority, which I will refer to as the WRA. I am joined by my colleague here today, Justine Young, Senior Policy Advisor, and my daughter, Petty Cooper Slade, who ultimately is both a beneficiary and a contributor to the decisions we make here in forums such as this. We begin our submission by thanking the Hamilton City Council for the opportunity to have a say on its draft financial contribution policy. The Waikato River Authority supports the intent of the policy, in particular its commitment to giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana, including its requirement for restoration and protection of the Waikato River, and the relationship between the Waikato River and Waikato Tainui, Waikato River iwi, and the Waikato region's communities, and all other objectives and strategies contained within Te Ture Whaimana. We therefore support Chapter 24.4.2, subsection 2, of the Hamilton City Council's district plan, which sets out the purpose of contribution towards giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana. The WRA does not comment on the method to calculate the contributions. However, it agrees with other submitters that it would be helpful to clarify reporting mechanisms of the fund within the policy for public trust and transparency, but also as a way in which we might be able to gauge the effectiveness of the fund in giving back to our river. We acknowledge the leadership and effort taken by the Council to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, as demonstrated in the draft policy, and other examples, including the Council's submission on the Water Services Reform in February 2025, which emphasised the importance of Te Ture Whaimana, and the January 2026 Waikato Mayoral Forum letter on the local government reform signed by Mayor McIndoe, highlighting the importance of iwi partnerships to current and future governance and decision making, and that these relationships and Te Ture Whaimana are integral to local government in the Waikato and what must be given effect to in any new system. And of course, the Waikato Service Strategy via Iawai that says protecting the awa sits at the centre of every investment decision. As outlined in our submission, the WRA is an independent statutory body formed in 2010 and enabled by the Waikato Tainui Raupatu Claims Waikato River Settlement Act of 2010. It's also enabled by the Ngāti Tūwhare Tuarau and Te Arawa River Iwi Waikato River Act of 2010 and the Ngā Wai o Maniapoto Waipa River Act of 2012. The WRA's statutory functions include promoting the restoration and protection of the health and well-being of the Waikato River, which is what brings us here today, setting the strategic direction through Te Ture Whaimana, which is currently being reviewed, monitoring progress towards achieving Te Ture Whaimana, allocating funding to projects that advance river restoration and protection, and promoting an integrated, holistic and coordinated approach across agencies and stakeholders with responsibilities affecting the river. The WRA has directly awarded over $80 million since establishment to over 500 projects that support the restoration and protection of our awa, as expressed by Te Ture Whaimana. These projects have led to circa 5.9 million native trees and shrubs being planted, over 1,400 kilometres of fencing, and over 4,000 hectares of land restored and enhanced, more than 1,000 events held, and 56,000 attendees. But despite these efforts, more is required. And we welcome the Council taking the initiative to invest in the restoration of our awa. We would be happy to work with relevant Council staff to assist in the implementation of the policy, to enable the potential of the financial contributions toward river restoration, and to promote an integrated, holistic and coordinated approach to the implementation of Te Ture Whaimana and the management of our river. In closing, we strongly support the purpose of the contribution in section 24.4.2 subsection 2 and recommend that the policy wording be retained. Thank you again for the opportunity to present this oral submission in support of our written submission, and I would welcome questions.
Kia ora tuti, thank you, and you have allowed time for questions. So we have a question first from Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. Good morning, Toti. Thank you for your submission. We heard this morning from a public submitter that the policy should limit Te Ture Whaimana contributions to circumstances where an effects-based justification exists. Does WRA have any comment to make on that suggestion?
I think for the WRA, its position really is to advocate and support for any investment in the restoration and protection of the river. How that's determined certainly isn't an area that we've looked into making a comment on. It does make sense that where there are effects to the river that some concentration be considered there. We at the WRA refer to our restoration strategy, which gives us some guidance on key priority areas of action that we might want to fund. That restoration strategy, which I have a copy of with me today, was developed in collaboration with Dairy New Zealand, Dairy NZ Regional Council, Mana Whenua. So it's really just a initiative to try and identify where would the most impact be if we were to fund particular.
Thank you for your considered response.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Oh, Councillor Moroney, yes.
Kia ora, Tuti. Thank
Kia
you so
ora.
much for your submission. Just following on from the question from Councillor Corrales, does the authority have any experience itself in the complexity of determining direct effect on the river? Is that a simple thing to determine, or is it a hard thing? Would we be spending a lot of this contribution actually trying to discover that? Is really what I'm asking.
So my colleague Justine Young at the moment is working on a project where we're trying to monitor the effectiveness of our work. Not just the work that we fund and the projects that are being undertaken through the WRA, but across our catchment. Is what we're investing in making a real difference? When I cast my mind back to pre-Te Ture Whaimana, to the development of the Waikato River Independent Scoping Study, which was written by Niwa, it was indicated at the time that it's probably going to take 80 to 100 years before we start to see some real impacts of all of this effort coming through. And that's not helpful in the context of people who really want to see change happening now. But we do recognise that, I guess, the accumulative effects of the condition of the river has occurred over a number of years. It is going to take time. It is going to take willingness and commitment and a true investment in our river to make the differences that we want to see. And I guess we just have to work with our communities as best as we can to keep them on side, that not to give up. And we may find that we'll put an investment into one place, it may not work, or it may. So it's a bit of that experience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tuti. We have reached the end of time, but if it's a quick question, I'll allow one more from Councillor Casey Cox.
It's quick. Just in terms of stormwater, our responsibility is to the quality of stormwater in the city. I guess just a quick question around that in terms of how are we doing, or does the River Authority have a perspective on that?
Yes, I believe we are in conversations with the Hamilton City Council, and we're supportive of the direction that's being taken, and certainly support ongoing conversations and how we can support.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Again, Tuti, thank you very much for being here this morning and for a very clear submission. We appreciate your time, and please give our regards also to Justine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm advised that Joe Galvin, who was to have been submitting at 9:50, has emailed Amy to let her know that she no longer requires to be heard, but I naturally encourage you to read her written submission. I'm also advised that Matt Wolf from Hamilton Aquatics is now online. Matt, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear us. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to submit to us. Because you're speaking on behalf of an organisation, you have 10 minutes allocated. You don't need to take all of that time, and if you are able to speak a little faster, we might have time for questions of clarification from members. But I'll hand over to you now and invite you to deliver your submission.
Thank you. My name is Matt Wolf, and I'm the head coach of Hamilton Aquatics, which is a aquatics club based at Waterworld primarily. Also online is Kieran McCarthy, the club president, and Rebecca Weimer, who's our club vice president. I guess just starting with, so over the last 18 months, the costs for lane hireage at Waterworld with this latest round of fees and fees coming out have gone up by 40%, which is quite significant for our operating costs. We're a community not-for-profit organisation. We're made up by a full range of demographic across the community, from lower income people all the way up to higher income families. But all our costs have to be paid by membership. We have no other form of revenue other than members paying fees. So when we get a 40% increase, it just takes the cost of swimming up by 40%. That doesn't include things like the recent repeal on grants, where we're likely to get 20% less in the future with tax and coming out of the pokies and things like that. So all in all, the costs for the activity of swimming is just going up astronomically. Ultimately, like I said, we've got a wide demographic of swimmers within our club, but these costs disproportionately hurt our most vulnerable whānau. A lot of them are already struggling, and with an extra 40% on top of this, they're just not going to be able to pay to take part in the sport. We run a range of programs, so we do have high performance programs. We also run Learn to Swim, but the majority of our club, probably about 80 to 85%, would be young people, so 13 and under, who are for the most part not competitive. They just come in because they enjoy swimming. It's healthy, it's fun. They enjoy hanging out with their peers, and their parents like them to be part of a physical activity. So I guess, like we're an organisation that runs across the city, and I would see that our objectives align with Hamilton City Council's in a lot of areas. Like we're trying to promote an activity that's great for physical health, mental health, would be great for underprivileged communities to be involved in. However, it just appears that we're trying to take maximum profit out of the lanes that we engage in, and at that point, as I say, it just takes us away from being able to provide this to all demographics of our community. Only the wealthy can afford to swim, which is really sad. With the latest round of prices, just a couple of things to pull out. It seems that the luxury amenities that have been built by the Hamilton City Council in the last 10 months have been severely reduced. So for the last 10 months, I've watched construction of a new Pilates and spa area go up, which must have costed a lot of money of 10 months of construction. Yet the cost to hire a spa or to go and use the spa has gone down 60%, while ours has gone up 20%. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Pilates right at the moment is unlimited Pilates for $39 a week. If you benchmark that, like we've been benchmarked, that would be one class. However, there's people in there who can go and do that 5-6 times a week for what amounts to not a very high cost. In my experience, Pilates is generally undertaken by affluent members of the community. Spas are the same, and if not, there's no physical well-being taken from a spa. What we provide is something that helps health and fitness. So I think that's an area that really needs looking at. If I look at value, unlimited Pilates for a week is worth the same as me using an empty lane for 2 hours. That's it. Doesn't seem like it's a fair value. When I kind of asked the facility for some context around this, they provided some feedback that they're trying to keep some prices down because it helps to engage the local community whānau and provide opportunities to take part in the facility at a cheaper rate. And I guess the question would be like, why does this rationale not? Why does our organisation never seem to benefit from this rationale, even though we directly provide that? And that's about all I've got, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Matt, and also thank you, Karen and Rebecca, who you advised are online with you. You've allowed plenty of time for questions, so there would appear to be Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Casey-Cox, please.
Thank you very much, Matt, for taking the time to submit and present today. I'm interested in how the proposed fees might compare elsewhere. Have you had any chance to have a look and compare with other cities or nearby towns with their lane fees?
Yeah, so I mean, we've been benchmarked, and I think to be fair that the benchmark is somewhat accurate. Like, I can't argue with that. I guess, you know, we are being benchmarked against places like Auckland who provide free lane space for swimmers under 16 and under. So whilst they hire a lane at a certain rate, 85% of our swimmers would, or 90% of our swimmers wouldn't actually incur that lane hireage price in Auckland. And again, I guess it comes down to, like, why are we the only organisation that's been benchmarked? Why is Pilates not being benchmarked? Why is the spa not being benchmarked? Why has the other lane hireage not been benchmarked? Just the lanes that, and we're the only organisation who uses those lanes. So again, I guess it's just enough, you know, like, so why has the whole facility not been benchmarked?
Okay, thank you very much, Matt.
Thompson, Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you, Matt. Just a question, and part of your argument related to being accessible to more vulnerable groups. If we were to retain the fees as they are, or phase them in, whatever, would you have strategies through your club that you would implement that would make you more accessible to more vulnerable groups?
Look, I think at this point in time, we already have a good portion of vulnerable groups. So, like, if I took, and it's just a very small cross section, but if I take our top performance squad, so these are swimmers that are Paralympians aiming for New Zealand teams. So I coach 10 swimmers within that group. 5 of the 10 swimmers are Māori or Pacifica or disabled. So like a 50% rate of Māori Pacifica or disabled swimmers within a cohort of 10 is a pretty high number. And this would be reflected throughout our groups. Okay. We would have a pretty reasonable sized kind of African and Māori and Pacifica representation from our junior squads. I guess, do we have a plan to maximise it? Not at the moment. Again, though, as the prices go up, I mean, it just gets further and further away from our thinking. I guess, you know, if there was a way that we could align ourselves with the Hamilton City Council to provide that and find a way to identify who these families are and maximise them, then it would be something we'd be more than interested in doing. Again, it helps our object as we get more athletes and we provide something to more people across the community.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions? Thank you, councillors. Matt, thank you again for your very clear submission and for your willingness to answer questions. That's been very helpful. And we will naturally be giving consideration to what you've told us at the appropriate time. Thank you. Goodbye. Now, councillors, I don't think we have Angeline Hardy in the room or online yet, but we are still trying to contact her to find out if she wishes to present. Vanessa Williams has now arrived in the room, and Vanessa, I'm delighted to see you, and thank you for arriving early, because we're going to call you up early, if that's all right. So Vanessa, speaking on behalf of the Hamilton Central Business Association, no stranger to this chamber. Thank you for all the time you give up to presenting to us at meetings, and look forward to hearing what you have to say. Welcome. Yeah, the air points are lousy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to support my written submission in favour of reintroducing 2 hours free on-street parking in Hamilton Central City from the 1st of July. So I do want to start by acknowledging upfront that parking on its own won't solve the CBD things that have been discussed a lot. Obviously, vibrancy, as we know, comes from a mix of safety, events, city presentation, business confidence, investment, and people choosing to spend time in town. However, parking is one of the most immediate practical settings council can adjust to reduce a barrier to entry that currently sits in people's minds, especially at a time when economic conditions are tough and discretionary spending is significantly under pressure. We also have strong evidence that's been supplied in my written submission of where the business community stands. In the parking survey we recently conducted, of the 164 business respondents, 92%, therefore 151 respondents, supported the 2 hour free parking. This shows clear, overwhelming support from the businesses who rely on customers being able to access the city easily and confidently. 2 hours is, in my view, the right balance. It's enough time to properly enjoy a visit, whether that visit is to shop, to eat, to attend an appointment, without creating an incentive for all-day parking that makes spaces unattainable. But in saying that, enforcement does matter because turnover is needed so customers and visitors can still find a park. I also support making the system simpler to navigate and easier to understand. Parking, as we know, is already contentious, so adding any additional complexity is unhelpful. The current approach, including 2 zones, has created confusion for little obvious benefit in the current environment. The public does not want extra administration around parking. A simple, consistent parking offer across the central city with one clearly communicated set of rules and a consistent experience across payment methods would make compliance easier and reduce frustration. So it's simply, the offer needs to be communicated simply and repeatedly. Clear signage, clear instructions, and plain language messaging so people understand how it works and feel welcomed coming into the central city. Thank you.
Vanessa, thank you. That's very clear, very plain language, very direct. Thank you for that. Can I just, before I go to questioners, acknowledge that Angeline Hardy is now online. Angeline, if you can hear me, just to let you know, we will come to you at the conclusion of the submitter. But we'll open up now for questions of clarification to Vanessa, and the first is from Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. Thank you for your submission. You referred to your survey as presenting strong evidence. Did your organisation have access to, prior to doing the survey, did you have access to the outcomes of the 2-year pilot that was run on the actual information about the difference between 2 hours and 1 hour's free parking in the city?
Yes, I believe I have seen that.
Okay. Did you share that with the survey, as part of the survey?
No. To be honest, it was a very, very simple survey conducted around, as I said, keeping it very simple, quite intentional, because people, yes, there is, I understand complexity behind the decision making, and there is reasons behind varying time limits, but actually for the most people out there, including the businesses, it's a simple decision of no free parking, 1 hour free parking, 2 hours free parking. So we did include links for more information. So all of the information that has been put up on the council website was included for people to go and read that if they wanted to. However, the question was kept very simple.
Okay. And so that link was provided as part of the survey question? Okay.
Yes, it was a, click here for more information.
Okay, yep, sure. Do you think that people may have had a different response if they knew that the pilot showed that there would be less, that there's less availability of parking with 2 hours free versus 1 hour?
Actually, no, I don't think so. I think when the 2 hours free, from what I can understand, and I could stand corrected on this, the enforcement was quite a different scenario at that time. So although there is data, I know that there is data comparing the 2 hours and the 1 hour, I understood that that data actually isn't across the, it's not apples for apples in terms of the enforcement that was happening under the 2 hours versus the 1 hour. Could be wrong on that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Hi, Vanessa. Hi. Have you had encounters with people who have parked in the CBD and been unaware that they had to register? They thought they could just stay there for an hour?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And so have I actually. But how do we encourage those, how do we educate those people, in your opinion? And I guess, is it something like the language needs to be free parking with registration rather than just free parking, so that people understand you actually need to put your number plate in rather than just...
Yes, I'd say there's definitely signage needed that says that they need to register their park, and maybe that's a simple message. A lot of our streets have a lot of clutter, so there is a lot of signage, there's a lot of extra I'm going to say unnecessary signage without being qualified to say so. But there is a lot of clutter around our streets, and I actually think that part of going in and putting in the 2 hours free parking is the need to look at what signage is there and what actually can be easily understood and seen by people, because I've had a number of people who haven't been able to see what should be quite simple messaging around the parking.
And just a very quick final one was some people come and they don't have data, so they can't go on the app, so they obviously need to go to a kiosk.
Yes.
Is there enough kiosks around, do you think, for people to be able to do that so comfortably?
Yes, I think there has been with the additional ones that have been added in. Yep. However, I'm a big fan of the tap and pay rather than having to go through a whole kiosk scenario. I think there's a lot that can be learnt from Australia there.
Okay.
Councillor Liu.
Thank you. Thanks, Vanessa. If council could prioritise 2 or 3 more things on top of this 2-hour free parking to support the senior city economy, what would you want these to be?
That's a bit of a loaded question. Yeah, so 2 or 3 things that I would want. I mean, obviously, I keep going on about the clean-up. I think there is a lot that can be done in the visibility and the look and feel of the central city. So that would probably be first and foremost, would be around, footpaths, it would be around the street ambience, the lighting, all of the things that actually make people feel welcome and secure in a place. That can be extended, obviously, along to those events and things that can bring people in to enjoy town. They would be the quick areas, and obviously safety is something that I think continuously needs to be analysed for the betterment of the central city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, councillors, that questions should be focusing on points of clarification relating to the submissions. We can't go too far away from what's actually been presented to us. We now have Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you. Morning, Vanessa. Thank you for your submission. Question I have is about your survey. So there are different costs to the different options, and there's a cost to 2 hours, a different cost to 1, and 0 cost to no free parking. So was that included in the survey? Were recipients given the opportunity to weigh up the trade-offs, or was it simply a preference survey?
So that was included in the small table that was provided on the council website, and so that was at the bottom of the survey, and then it was a link for more information.
Thank you. And have you received any feedback prior to the 2 hours being proposed about how effective the 1 hour was?
Yes, I have received feedback around the 1 hour is certainly preferable to no hours, and that there was a good enforcement that was being utilised during the 1 hour.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillors. And again, Vanessa, thank you very much for making yourself available today. We do appreciate how energetically you engage with us on a whole range of issues and the leadership you provide within our business community.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this morning. Can I just check, Angeline, is she still available online? Can she hear me? Can you hear me, Angeline?
I am.
You are?
I am, thank you.
Excellent. I'm sorry we've got slightly out of the initially advised timetable, but we welcome you on behalf of Swim Waikato, and because you're representing an organisation, you also have 10 minutes available should you need it. As you may have detected from previous submitters, quite a number have managed to go a little bit shorter than that, allowing time for questions, of which there have been many. So, Angeline, I'll hand over to you, and thank you very much for presenting to us this morning.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to submit to you. So this submission responds to the proposed Waterworld fee increases. You've just had Matt Wolf on the call as well, which I do apologise. I was actually listening into him on your website, and that's why I took a bit longer to get onto the Zoom. The reason why I want to submit is that like we use Waterworld for squads, we use them for racing, we use
for also for our water safety program for low decile or high equity index schools. And having these costs increase is it just makes it too hard. And Waterworld is basically one of the only pools that is a 15-metre pool. So in terms of the competitive side, we are very limited as to where else we can go. So we are very affected by any fee increases. Now, we had a huge increase last year, which was quite unexpected. And we ended up with unexpected cleaning fees as well on top of that. And basically you're building on top of those fees that you already increased. I don't expect you not to increase your fees. I just expect them to go gradually up rather than having these huge increases. But like on non-profit organisations, our grant funding is going down, but our costs are going up significantly, and something has to give. And what will happen is that we actually have to reduce our programs significantly to be able to continue working with Waterworld. It's not like we're going to, I know that you asked a question about, you know, what are other pools charging? It's not so much that we want to go to another pool to get a cheaper rate. It's that we actually have to reduce our program because we still need the facility of Waterworld. So like water safety education for us is quite a big thing. We work with schools that are low decile, high equity index. We find funding for them to go into Waterworld, and then they get, Waterworld trains up staff, and then we've got schools going through that program. Now, this is all about physical health, mental health, all in line with Hamilton City Council. It's also that we also reach like Māori, Pacifica kids that we really need to reach because, you know, otherwise they're the highest statistic to drown. So it's really important for us to be in there. But as I say, like our funding only stretches so far. So if you're putting your prices up, we have to reduce our program. And we're not the only ones in there. You know, there's Hamilton Aquatics is in there. They're in there every day. It's a regular income for Hamilton City Council from both of us, from Swimming Waikato and Hamilton Aquatics. And I was actually quite sad to see that Waterworld lost New Zealand secondary schools because there was 80% of people that were coming to that event from outside the region. So there was extra money coming in for you. And that was going to be, like they had a contract for 3 years. They only managed to deliver on one. So, because yeah, that would have been quite positive if that would have carried on as well in terms of for your funding. So, which is run by Swimming New Zealand. I think I've jumped all over the place. I'm so sorry. I hope that all makes sense. But yeah, like for us, Waterworld is an important place to go. We're a community organisation. We're for community. We have got a mix of people, also a lot of volunteers that get trained up and that are part of the community as well, ranging right up to, I think our oldest one is like 75. So we still love to work together with Hamilton City Council and Waterworld, but financially it's going to be a real struggle if the prices keep on going up the way they are going up. So I think that's all I've got to say.
Angeline, thank you. Even jumping around, you've made your points clearly. I'm just looking to see if there are, we do have time available, so I'm looking to see if there are any questions from members. We have one from Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning, Angeline. Do you charge for your services?
In terms of, it depends on what we do, like water safety program, we get funding, grant funding.
Okay.
So with the events, yes, we have to charge.
Thank you.
We charge an entry fee, yeah.
Thank you. What I'm trying to understand is you mentioned that as the costs go up, then you need to reduce your programs. And so what I'm trying to understand is, do you charge for things that you then pass the cost on as,
Yes.
or if you don't charge, then I understand the reduction in program.
Yeah, the water safety program is based on grant funding fully. So, and that's quite a big chunk of our money that we put through the Hamilton City Council. The events, they do get on charge, but these are swimmers that are already being charged quite high fees for training. And then on top of that, we have to increase our costs to be able to put them through. And what will happen is they'll enter less events because they can't afford to enter too many events. And so if we end up running at a loss, we won't be running those events anymore. So.
No, thank you. I understand now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions, members? No? Well, Angeline, again, thank you for making yourself available for us this morning, both for your submissions and the answers to those questions. We will move on to the next, but we appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, I understand Chris Fairley is present, but would be happy to wait until we hear from one more submitter. Is that correct? So we do have Sarah Garrett from Somerset Group Holdings online. Sarah, just checking you can hear me. I can see you there. You can hear us?
Yes, I can.
You can. So, Sarah, we're bringing you slightly ahead of schedule, but thank you for your flexibility. Because you're speaking on behalf of an organisation, you too have 10 minutes available, but if you wish to speak a little less than that, there may well be some questions that would fill the time. But I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Garrett, and I am Senior Legal Counsel for Somerset Group Holdings Limited. I'd just like to begin with a short apology from Oliver Boyd, our General Manager of Acquisitions and Development New Zealand. He's unable to be here today due to prior commitments, so I will speak on his behalf and in support of Somerset's submission. We acknowledge the Hearings and Engagement Committee panel members present today, including councillors, Manga Māori and other appointed members, and we appreciate the opportunity to engage with you on this important policy. Somerset is New Zealand's second largest retirement village developer and operator, with villages across the country and a strong interest in continuing to invest in Hamilton. I am speaking today in support of Somerset's written submission, and in particular the short addendum we lodged in relation to the draft financial contributions policy. At the outset, I want to emphasise that our position today is deliberately consistent with our April 2024 submission on Council's draft development and financial contributions policy. We are not seeking to relitigate development contributions, nor to duplicate those arguments. Rather, our concern is that the shift from the household unit equivalents to projected units of demand does not, in practice, resolve the same underlying equity issue for retirement villages. In short, while the terminology may have changed, the demand assumptions have not. So the core issue for Somerset with the PUDs is that the PUD is essentially a per unit proxy for demand with a limited adjustment based on bedroom count. This might be pragmatic for conventional residential development, but for comprehensive care retirement villages such as Somerset, it continues to materially overstate demand. Our villages differ from standard housing in three key ways. The first is occupancy. So Somerset's independent living units average around 1.3 residents per unit, while our care rooms average just 1 resident per room. The demand follows people, not unit counts. Secondly is the demographics and behaviour in our villages. Residents typically enter Somerset villages in their early 80s. They have reduced mobility, low travel demand, and very limited use of council-provided reserves, community facilities, and recreation infrastructure. And lastly is the on-site provision of amenities. So comprehensive care villages provide extensive on-site amenities. We have gyms, pools, lounges, theatres, cafes, and health services, and these substantially substitute for council infrastructure. The PUD approach, based largely on bedroom numbers, does not reflect these realities. I'll move now to the Te Ture Whai Mana contribution. Somerset acknowledges the significance of Te Ture Whai Mana and the Waikato River, and we support the objectives of restoration, protection, and intergenerational stewardship that sit behind that policy. However, we believe that applying a uniform environmental contribution per residential unit without differentiation raises nexus and proportionality concerns for retirement villages. Our next point is in relation to the discretionary aspect of discounts. As we submitted previously, relying on individual discount assessments, we believe creates uncertainty, risks inconsistency between similar developments, and it adds cost and administrative burden for both council and applicants alike. So what Somerset is asking for is, we're not seeking exemption from financial contributions. Instead, we ask council to either explicitly recognise retirement villages and aged care facilities as distinct residential development types for PUD purposes, or to provide a clear evidence-based starting PUD adjustment or presumptive discount. To close, our submission is about continuity, proportionality, and good policy design. The move from HUEs to PUDs has not resolved the underlying issue for retirement villages, and we respectfully ask council to address that before finalising the policy. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Sarah, thank you very much, and you have allowed plenty of time for questions, so do we have any from members? Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Sarah, for your submission. I just would like to hear some more from you about why you make the assertion that people who are residents of retirement villages have a lower use of council-funded amenities.
Sure, thank you for the question. I suppose it's based on a couple of points that I highlighted earlier. The first being that most of our residents, as I said, enter our villages in their early 80s. So not only do they have reduced mobility, which obviously reduces their independent ability to leave their home and access council infrastructure and facilities. But the second part of that is that the way we develop our villages and having our own comprehensive facilities and services for our residents in the lounges and the pools and the cafes, the health services, means that our residents naturally stay within our villages more than they exit the villages and use council infrastructure.
Would it surprise you to know that we have frequent requests from residents of retirement villages to ensure that we improve our public transport structures to accommodate for their needs because they are participating so broadly in their community?
I wouldn't say it surprises me. Sorry, did you say specifically from retirement village residents?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Do you have any clarification on which retirement villages?
Oh, pretty much any of them that you can name around Hamilton.
Okay, I just asked because I know that at most of our villages we have vans or shuttles that we use for outings for the residents. But no, it doesn't surprise me that residents in general would be keen on improved public transport, especially if it means that they can, you know, get to events or places that they want to go to. But yeah, from Somerset's perspective, we know that in general, based on evidence, the infrastructure that we provide our villages means that typically they create less demand in the community.
Perhaps just to follow on from Councillor Moroney's point, because I understand where she's coming from, would you see a clear distinction between retirement villages and aged care facilities in relation to the comments that you've made?
Yes, there probably would be a difference between the residents who live in our independent living units in comparison to our aged care rooms. We also know that there is a clear distinction between lifestyle villages in comparison to comprehensive care villages such as Somerset. So I suppose it's a hierarchy, isn't it, that the lifestyle villages where the people who live there tend to be more independent and therefore would, access community facilities more. You would drop down then into the comprehensive villages such as Somerset. The residents there, being older and with more reduced mobility, would access the community facilities less. And then again, in the care rooms, being that those residents would have even further reduced mobility or higher care needs, would mean that they would, again, be using community services probably the least.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Thompson.
In terms of Te Ture Whaimana, a big impact we are looking to mitigate is the impact of impermeable surfaces, so roofs, concrete, roading, all of that stuff, which is not really related to how many people might be in a building, but the surface of impermeable surfaces on a site. So you said that taking a consistent approach to the financial charges would be somewhat unfair, for a lack of a better word, on retirement villages. Can you explain that a bit more, particularly in terms of stormwater impacts?
I can't speak specifically to stormwater impacts, although I could refer that question to Oliver Boyd and have him come back to you on that. I think I can clarify or talk further to Somerset's position regarding that policy. And from Somerset's perspective, the point we were making is that while our residents might still benefit from the effects of the policy, under the RMA framework, contributions should be proportionate to effects. So benefit alone is not the only test, and we consider that shouldn't be applied uniformly. It should be correlated to actual demand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you may have just heard, the bell's just gone for the 10 minutes. So Sarah, thank you again very much for joining us online this morning and for both the clarity of your submission and for your willingness to answer so many questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Okay, and our last submitter this morning is Chris Fairley. Chris, could I invite you to come forward, please? If you'd like to come and join us at the front next to the Chief Executive. Welcome. Oh, hello, Anna. So welcome to Anna and Chris, speaking as individuals. So there's 5 minutes allocated for them on fees and charges. When you're comfortable, I'll invite you to begin.
Oh, I won't be comfortable in this sort of meeting. I'm quite isolated these days, as I've had a stroke and don't usually spend much time with so many people. I've spent a long time with Association with the Gardens. I used to be one of the gardening staff for a long time. I trained at the Gardens as a landscape designer and was I designed one of the tiny gardens there, the Sustainable Backyard, many years ago, and we've spent many years looking after it in my own time, external to the gardens, until the council would take it over. It was quite a controversial garden and still is. Peter still dislikes it. It's a left-right politics thing. The charges thing was always Peter's very. He didn't want charges. He despised them. I always thought it was a good idea because it would control the roving youth tribes. In fact, I would even go so far as to reduce the age to of free, because you would collect slightly more revenue and you would stop some of those younger youth roving, because at 14 you can be without a caregiver, but the 16 age is, I mean, you're trying to increase your funds, so try and I've been to talk to Lucy at the Gardens several times. We were trying to encourage the shop to have more relevant landscape history focused product, because it was just sort of doing generic. We thought that it should be more focused on the topic of the gardens rather than what it was doing.
So as far as fees goes?
Because you could collect, that would be a better focus. But as far as fees goes, it was, she said the fees were set by the council and she could do nothing. But we were like, should there, you're collecting fees from everyone equally, but you've got your friends and neighbours who will visit more often. The outer lying regions that are very close will visit far more often the local area people. If they had a reduction, especially those who will be in our shared water infrastructure. If looking at the work of the Canadian with their making alliances, in response to the Trump administration, making alliances is a good thing. Working together is when I was at the Gardens, I instituted the creating some teams, because I'm on the spectrum and asking your friends to do things is useless. If you're like me, because I can't read people's faces. I'm on the spectrum. So we used to have nobody who would help, necessarily help you when you went on holiday. So I lobbied to get a team structure instituted where we had leading hands and we had small teams, because I couldn't guarantee anybody would help me out if I went on holiday. And so that's the structure that you have now at the Gardens, because there was no backup support. And so
as far as other regional councils go, the regions, so as far as looking at friends and neighbours, and the councils that surround Hamilton,
yes,
and looking at more nuance in the pricing structure.
Yeah, don't hamstring the Gardens and have a friendly structure. You've got, you've got your golden, international visitors, but don't punish those who live close, because they are your, we don't know what the future will bring. It could be, we could have a disastrous economic, another pandemic, or we need both the.
That is your 5 minutes. Were there any other points you wanted to make? Because I am tempted to let the chair of the community committee ask a question, because she hasn't asked one today and it's very much in her field. Was there anything else that you wanted to say in relation to your submission?
I'm very keen to see the Gardens start some sort of endowment fund at that, because I know that would be people would give possibly on their death, or money would give money to an endowment, and that would be the way, because gardens need to be continually cared for, and any time that there is a drop in the economy, people would go, oh, let's just not look after these gardens. We don't need those ones.
Chris, I share your enthusiasm, and I can see that the Deputy Chief Executive is sitting up and listening intently, but it's slightly out of scope for this particular thing. So could I invite Councillor Pike to ask your question, and then we'll need to wrap up.
Thank you for indulging me. Firstly, thank you so much for your contribution to the gardens. I've had some very delicious scones made from the Sustainable Garden Earth Oven, and it's a really cool little space, so thank you. And given your experience in the gardens, can you explain how the amount of people has increased over the years and the amount of maintenance work this creates for staff? Do you have any comment on that?
Every time the gardens is a problem of its own success. As people increase, so does the rubbish, so does the parking infrastructure problem, so does the vandalism. If you don't control the number of people, you need the security, you need the just the foot traffic, the wear on all of the hard structures alone, just the foot traffic of people running across the top of a garden if they're not controlled, can that compaction, it's amazing what hundreds of small little children running across a garden can do if you don't maintain it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you, Councillor Pike. Chris and Anna, again, thank you very much for being here this morning. And just before you go, could I say a sincere thank you on behalf of the city and our residents for your huge contribution to what is our region's most iconic attraction. Your legacy will endure for generations. So thank you very much indeed, and thank you for taking the time to be with us this morning. Members, we've gone just after 11 o'clock, so rather than inviting our staff to come forward and talk us through the reports and to take your questions, I'm going to suggest we take our morning tea break now for 20 minutes. So if you would like to adjourn for a short time, we'll resume at 11:22, please.
So the deliberations meeting, at which we'll be asking you to make essentially final decisions on the fees and charges, is on the 28th of May. So you'll be receiving the agenda for that on around the 20th of May. If you have any questions you'd like to ask of us based on anything you heard in the verbal submissions, or as you read through all of the written submissions, which I realise you probably will be in the process of doing or will be doing over the coming days or weeks, please do send us any feedback or any questions either now or as you go through. I guess the only thing I would say is, which I sort of tend to say every year at this point, is obviously verbal submissions are really important, and it's great to hear people direct and have the opportunity to ask them questions, but verbal submissions represent a relatively small portion of the overall submissions, so do make sure you sort of take account of the bulk of the feedback that comes through the written submissions. To support you with that, in the submissions report that will come to you on the ahead of the 28th of May meeting, we will give you a full sort of breakdown of the results. I know you've already been given a high-level summary, but you'll get a much more detailed analysis of the submissions. So, for example, you'll have seen on the gardens, there's quite a large group of people sort of in the middle, if you like, who sort of haven't quite said yes or no. So, for example, the report will break down what some of those people were saying. And also other sort of key themes that came out of the consultation. That's as much as I want to say on that, and I'll hand over to Greg to talk about the financial contributions.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I'll take the report as read regarding financial contributions.
That's very succinct, thank you. That being the case, I'll open it up now to questions from members. And the first is from Councillor Casey Cox.
So, sorry, just to clarify, are we asking questions or providing feedback for the deliberations?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, questions and feedback.
But both, yeah. Oh, just a quick question firstly in regards to the consultation on fees and charges. We heard about from some swimming people, but we didn't actually consult specifically on swimming. So how does that work?
Good question. So we didn't formally consult on swimming. However, the decision that you made in March was just to adopt a sort of initial draft fees and charges. So there would be the opportunity, should you wish, to sort of loop back to those issues at the deliberations meeting if you want to do so.
Okay. So on that then, can we request that we have some options from staff for phasing in what the two presenters basically talked about today, those increased fees, which some of them look like they're quite significant. Just some information on what it would look like to phase them in if that was indeed possible, from a staff's perspective. And then also they mentioned the lack of benchmarking data related to some of the services at Waterworld. So I guess just what we've got in regards to benchmarking, and if we are benchmarking across the board, that would be helpful. Am I just going to go through what I want now? Okay.
Oh, can I just respond to something? We were always going to be doing some targeted consultation anyway. So the answer is yes, and we can provide the information that you've asked for.
Thank you. For the gardens, can we have information on charging Waikato and Waipa districts differently? And maybe, if that's possible, like some sort of idea of what that could look like and staff analysis on that?
Yes, thank you for that question. I haven't got any information where I can give you an analysis on it. My key question over that notion, which is a very common thing that's been raised in the feedback that I've read so far, is how do we administer it? How do we actually distinguish between someone from Waipa versus Taupo versus Wellington or Christchurch? So it's just an added complexity that we would have to work out how we administer that. I will say, and I'm not decrying it, but it is actually quite a burden already just to distinguish Hamiltonians from non-Hamiltonians, and we can do that easily with rates and notices and things like in identification, but it is a process, so that would be the challenge.
Okay, I'll just leave that one. in terms of financial contributions, the Waikato River Authority asked for us to clarify reporting mechanisms in the policy to build public trust and confidence. I just don't know if that's possible, but could you look at that?
Just as reassurance, we've taken that on board, and
Okay,
we are going to, we'll outline in the deliberations report what we intend to do, but that is one piece of change that we intend to make to the policy.
Awesome. So the financial contributions, my understanding is that they can fund projects that are identified in the LTP that link to Te Ture Whaimana or have a impact there. Can those projects be specified more clearly in the policy? Or can we have information that sort of highlights whether that is in fact possible, and also whether grants to restoration groups could be included in that list?
We'll look into the grants side, because I don't have any information either way on that. In
Okay.
terms of including them in the policy, no, because they will be part of the LTP process, and the policy is going to be locked in before they go through the process. But we can connect it potentially in the future, have something online that outlines the projects that are included.
Okay.
So that could be done in the future.
Okay, and then just in terms of the rationale for not including, so I read one submission around why haven't we included non-residential developments for financial contributions? So I'm sure there's a good rationale, but I just like to see it. So maybe that could be included.
Yep, we've got that outlined in the deliberations report.
Okay. And then there was some suggestion that it wasn't particularly fair that peacocks was excluded, but other people were, so, and they do similar things. So just some more detail around why because it was described, but it wasn't easy to understand, like why peacocks is so different. Yeah, so just a bit more information on that. Yep, that's me.
Thank you, Councillor, and apologies for my clumsy introduction earlier. Just for the benefit of those watching online, the purpose of this item is to enable elected members to provide directions for the deliberations report, so both questions and recommendations are suitable at this time. The next is from Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. Good morning, James. Good morning, Greg. The Somerset written submission makes the point that we should consider commissioning or relying on independent evidence-based assessment of retirement village demand consistent with approaches adopted by other high-growth councils. And I'm just wondering whether we could get some information about what other high-growth councils are doing. What was she referring to? And then the second part is in relation to Somerset used the words nexus and proportionality challenges in relation to Te Ture Whaimana, and the Chedworth chap, Brendan Hewitt, talked about connecting effects, and I wondered, I think it would be helpful to understand whether that is practical and possible.
So the Nexus test is effectively a local an LGA test that the development contributions regime is famous for, and financial contributions are an RMA tool. So I think happy to address that in the deliberations, and I need to understand. I need to just refresh on the submissions specifically. I'll just say that Tiki is the FC expert. She would be sitting up the front, but there's only 2 seats, so I will direct the other questions, and you can direct FC questions to Tiki.
I think Greg's already covered it, but we are getting some more advice from Lachlan and working with the planning team around addressing all of those issues.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Councillor Corrales. Just letting Councillor Bitter know, I can see that his hand's up online, but there are a few ahead of you in the queue, but we won't forget you. Thank you. So next is Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you. Good morning, James, Greg. Can you, submissions have closed now. How many did we receive in total for each set?
final number, because last I heard that the final sort of paper-based ones were still being added. I believe you received an executive update earlier in the week, so that's also the latest number that I have.
Okay, no updates from that. Thank you. And we're going to get a report that's obviously a summary of that. Is there an opportunity to read the raw words, look at the raw information?
Yes, the executive summary that you received earlier in the week contains a link to every single submission. So I guess you have it you have both the sort of ability to read all of the submissions, and then separately you will have the sort of summaries of sort of our analysis of what came out of it and different sort of themes and so on. So you can do it both ways or either way, depending on what works for you.
Thank you. I saw the summary, but I missed the raw ones. And my last question is to add to Councillor Casey Cox's question for Sean about the Waikato Waipa charge amount. Friends of Gardens, Friends of Hamilton, you noted that you questioned how to administer that, and I guess we administer it for Hamilton, and so I wonder if consideration could be given to how this could be done for Waikato and Waipa. Not saying that that's what we do, but we'd like to know if possible.
Oh no, absolutely, consideration could be given to it. As I say, we've just got to determine how far you want to spread that. You know, do you want to make it free for those people, which will reduce our revenue quite a bit, I imagine. So yeah, we just have to assess that.
Thank you. Could, as well as what you noted, making it for free, but could there be a consideration of potentially leaving it as it is at the current 20 and then increasing it for internationals? I'm just asking for information here.
Yes, we could, but if you specifically say internationals, once again, it's that whole question mark. And we actually have looked at it quite closely, how other facilities around the country do that, because they do differentiate. And it is very much a sort of an honesty, how does it go? And quite often it doesn't actually flow necessarily that well. So yes, in some cases they collect an international fee, in other cases they don't. So it becomes a little bit imprecise.
Just to clarify, I think the submitter who raised this topic who was here, I think what they were saying was potentially retaining the $20 for the Waikato Waipa neighbouring councils and increasing it to $27.50 for everyone else. I think that was the submission point.
Yeah, that's what I was exactly asking too, because that's what I've received from the community as well.
Yeah, I was going to lead to that, but and I guess that issue once again then starts saying how simple do we want to keep the whole admission process if we have lots of different prices for different people. So it's a bit to work through.
If I may just add, we can perhaps go into this in the deliberations report, but having been involved in the process when we set up the fee in the first place, this very issue was one of the biggest issues we were dealing with at that point. The decision that was made at that point, and obviously you're not bound by what a previous council decided, but the decision was that ultimately the reason for introducing the fees for non-Hamiltonians is that non-Hamiltonians haven't paid for the gardens through their rates, and obviously that equally, and I say this as a resident of Waipa, that equally applies to Waipa and Waikato residents as much as it does to anyone else. No, I'm just saying that as background for how we got to the decision back in 2023. But obviously you're welcome to make whichever decision you want to based on the various positions put forward by the community.
Thank you. What I'm trying to ascertain is what are the revenue impacts of these different options, because if we have a higher fee for our neighbouring councils, that results in a decrease in the likelihood that they would come, whereas if we kept it at 20 and they still come, then that's revenue that we might otherwise not collect. That's the intent of my question.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what we can pull together for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. And can I just point out that at this stage we're asking questions and setting directions for staff, but we're not expecting detailed responses from staff. That's what will come through in the report shortly. And I'm going to exercise the Chair's prerogative just to jump in here since it's on this particular topic. James, to some extent, has just covered something that I wanted to ask about, and that was the historical factor. But I wonder, given that this has been raised, whether the report could just include how much Hamilton ratepayers have contributed to the development of the gardens to date, and in particular, how much they continue to contribute through their rates even since the introduction of visitor charges, because I think there may be a misconception out there that somehow Hamiltonians are getting a free ride or something. And I think we just need to clarify that. The other thing is, I wonder, given that Chris Fairley raised it in his submission, the suggestion that maybe the age should be reduced from 16 to 14, maybe if the report could just give a brief explanation as to how the age of 16 was arrived at, and again, the practicalities of perhaps going down to the age of 14, because he did make the point that 14 is the age at which children can be left to their own devices. So whether there was any thought to that. Thank you. We'll come back now to the order, and the next, you had finished, Councillor McDonald? So next is Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you. Actually, on similar themes, the first one is, have we had conversations with Waipa and Waikato Council in the past encouraging them to also subsidise their ratepayers around the gardens?
Yes.
And how have they gone?
No.
Okay, I thought so. That was easy. And then the second one was, I just encourage the report to also include an option along the lines of something like $27.50 for international, maybe 19 for a New Zealander, and then free for Hamiltonians. Under a high trust environment, I mean, I know a high trust environment will mean we'll miss out on some money, but I think the compliance will be a lot easier for our staff. So, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One is on the Chedworth swales. I've just got a question is the fact that are all of the subdivisions we've currently got, Rotokauri, Chedworth, Peacocks, are they all treated the same with regards swales and the amount of money that they are expected to pay? And then on the back of that, if a development doesn't want to put some of these swales and water treatment things in, is that a different price they pay, or is it the same price? Is everyone sort of in the same boat?
I would just say, firstly, there's a differentiation between DCs, which is for the infrastructure, and so a lot of that stuff would be picked up within the development contribution space and what that funds, as opposed to financial contributions. I think, did you want to add something, Blair? So that's probably the key differentiating factor at the moment, and the DCs reflect the amount of investment that council's making in each of those areas. And it's why we get quite a big difference between different catchment areas and their amount of DCs.
Thank you. And again, just a reminder that at this point, we don't require detailed answers from staff. That we're directing things we'd like addressed in the reports, but thank you for your answer.
And the second one is, do we have information, or can we get information from Swimming Waikato on the number of swimmers and the lane times and those sorts of things when they come back in the report that this could affect?
Thank you. We'll get hold of whatever information we can.
Thank you, please.
Under fees and charges, I've just got some questions around swimming facilities. Looking at our gym facilities, there were some inferences that we should just charge more for the gym instead of the to the clubs. Can we understand that pricing, how that pricing structure differs from pool entry? Secondly, looking at the capacity of pools overall, how does swimming groups affect general community use? Hamilton Aquatics in their submission noted that they were particularly more affected than other groups, particularly the dive club. I assume that's linked to the particular pool that they used, if we can have some more context around that. For gardens, previously Deputy Mayor Taylor and I supported a motion on neighbouring districts and arrived at an option for a discounted annual pass, which would mean offering discounts without a lot of admin costs, which was lost, but I'd like to look at that option again. And for financial contributions, Both developers noted requesting more clarity on what may be considered for the discounts. Is there ability to strengthen the parameters on when discounts may or may not be applied to give them more certainty? Thank you.
Councillor Pike and Councillor Bidder, thank you for waiting patiently. It's now your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg and Tiki. There remains confusion that FCs are for stormwater from impermeable surfaces. All new buildings have on-site stormwater management plans via ground soak pits. So I think we need to make it clearer. And I suggest that FCs are for the growing population's impact on the river rather than for the building infrastructure, hence by bedroom, and that existing households have paid their share via rates in the past. So we get away from the confusion that it's the stormwater which is covered by DCs. And then I'm not sure how to word this, but I think it would be useful to emphasise the need to be simple and blunt, because it will typically be under $1,000 per household. And if it takes longer than $1,000 worth of staff time to come up with bespoke solutions, we're not getting any benefit from FCs. So, yeah, I think it would be helpful to make that clear. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor. Tiki's furiously taking notes, so I think we'll cover those off. Thanks.
Councillor Bidder, thank you, Tiki and Greg. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. I think largely what I wanted to ask has been covered. So just in regards to the gardens, I just had an additional question around what we would, if we were to have a similar agreement we have in regard to the libraries with Waikato District Council, where we actually have a contribution from their councils to then allow their residents to have a free gardens pass. What would the likely range of that be in order to be somewhat fair, or I'm just interested in what that might look like. The other, otherwise I'm just broadly interested in hearing from staff and your views in regard to some of the points raised around the Chedworth properties and what the argument that they've mitigated everything on site. So from staff's perspective, do we look at some areas where there are PDAs and clear overall mitigations at a large scale level differently, noting that contributions, you don't want to waste lots of time on bespoke, lots of discussions. And the swimming, just interested in staff's views generally around what's been put forward by the clubs and the impacts on them and how our fees compare with other places, etc. Thank you.
Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you. First of all, probably to declare a conflict of interest in this discussion, in that I am a Waikato District Council ratepayer. But in this instance, actually responding to what we've heard from public submissions. Really what I want to ask is around if the problem with Waipa and Waikato District residents having a different rate for garden fees to visit the gardens is around the obvious administrative costs of validating that. Can there be, and I've heard from the Chief Executive that it was a hard no on contribution to the gardens, but could a contribution from those councils be explored with them around whether they would be prepared to do the validation? Thank you. Is there a contribution to it?
That's a good range of questions and suggestions. Last call, no further matters for that. That being the case, James and Greg, thank you very much for taking us through that. Thank you in advance for the considerable work that will be undertaken and already has been undertaken and that will continue. We look forward to hearing back before our meeting on the 28th of May. It is the 28th, isn't it? We move on now to item number 6.
We do have to vote just to do that.
Oh, we have to vote to do that, all right, okay. So the motion, we have a motion on the table? Is there a standard one? Karen will just bring up the motion that we're asked to vote on. It'll be a procedural one, but we should still have the correct wording. So the motion is now on your screens. Would Councillor XX like to identify him or herself, please? Who would like to move that motion, please? Councillor McDonald will move and the Deputy Mayor will second. It's very procedural and not remotely controversial. We don't need to debate it, do we? We don't. Would anyone like to debate that motion? I don't think we need to. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That is carried. Oh, sorry, I should allow governments to do the job. Now I'm safe to move on to item number 7, which is confirmation of the Council open minutes of our meeting from the 2nd of April. Very extensive minutes running over 11 pages, commencing on page 14 in diligent and followed by some of the written submissions as well. So thank you to those who do that work for us. Would somebody like to move that those minutes from the 2nd of April meeting be confirmed? We've moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Casey Cox. Again, I don't think it needs debate unless anyone feels otherwise. They don't. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, we now move on to item number 8, the Chair's report, introduced on page 31 and the substantial report on pages 32 and following. I'll just make a couple of introductory remarks. Unfortunately, Councillor O'Leary has had a long-standing commitment that has required her to leave the meeting for this point, and I mention that simply because I wanted to acknowledge the detailed work that she undertook in preparing our report on the Wuxi delegation that I had the privilege of leading to mark the 40th anniversary of our sister city relationship with that city in China. So the report, that detailed report is appended. To some extent, one of the items in my report has been superseded by the announcements a couple of days ago from central government about a change in approach to the way in which local government reform will be dealt with, but it is there in the report if anyone wishes to refer to it in debate just in general terms. I drew attention to some significant meetings, including our Hamilton City Council Waikato Tainui Co-Governance Forum, and also the first meeting of UNISA, which is the Upper North Island Strategic Alliance. I was a little surprised that that first meeting happened a full 6 months after the local body elections, but I have been assured that we'll be meeting more regularly, so some of the topics that were covered are in the report there. Again, just want to acknowledge Councillor O'Leary and all councillors for your very constructive contributions to this point on our long-term plan deliberations. Of course, we're in the early stages of that work, but my personal feeling is that we've got off to a very good start. There have been some very helpful workshops already, and I thank you for your engagement and encourage you to continue in that vein. I've also referred in the report to the sad passing recently of Alan Livingston, the former mayor of Waipa, also former chair of the Waikato Regional Council, and several people from Hamilton, including myself, were at his very well-attended funeral at the Don Rowland Centre at Lake Korapiro on the whatever date it was, the 20th of April. I have the order of service here if anyone would like to see it. There were excellent addresses that day, and we do, of course, extend our condolences to Janet and her family on that unexpected news. He was a very fine man. I acknowledged the significant support from our community for the Anzac Day events at the Cenotaph. I am personally encouraged that every year it seems we have more and more people, and I particularly love seeing how many children come along. It gives me great hope that we will, that this will continue long after all of us have gone. And I've also drawn attention to the first meeting of the Youth Council. That was a significant event, and the Porphyry was well supported by councillors at the Western Community Centre on the 22nd of April. And Councillor Mesh MacDonald is our youth ambassador, and I know that she is giving very active encouragement to them. And the last thing is just again to acknowledge the support that all of you gave to our council and the community sessions across the community. Although the numbers weren't great, there certainly was actually a very positive spirit from the members of the communities who came, and I think it was really important that all of us were seen to be out there, to be accessible, and just to assure those who are watching online that it is intended that we will continue to operate in that way. It wasn't a one-off. We do want to ensure that you get to see your councillors out in the community. So that's just a brief summary of the overall flavour of the report. Are there any questions on it? Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor McIntosh. Is there not an amendment? I think there was an amendment to your...
Is the amendment not showing up? Yes, to include the Wuxi.
I just wanted to remind you anyway.
So were you looking at the old amendment on screen? Yes, so all the words in red there refer to the sister cities arrangements that we have and the need to clearly define their purpose and the value that they're expected to deliver for Hamilton. So that amendment has been diligent. I presume it's not coming as a surprise to anybody. That answers your question.
No, it was circulated by email.
Right. But thank you for raising that, because I don't see the screen behind me. I hadn't noticed that it wasn't there in its entirety. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you. One question in relation to Tuesday's government announcement about the 3-month fast-tracking local government reform.
Mm-hmm.
Can you outline the thinking that's happened since Tuesday in terms of how Hamilton might engage, any costs, deliverables and timeframes for us and the community in relation to Hamilton's response?
I can, but I think maybe I'll pass to the Chief Executive because he is the chair of the CE's Forum and he and his colleagues are doing a lot of the detailed work for us. So are you happy to take that question, Lance?
I'd rather cover it in a workshop. There's quite a bit in that. Yeah. But
Thank you. I'm not necessarily looking for detail. I'm looking for a steer on where current thinking is.
On a process.
All right.
We want to have an online mayoral forum meeting next week, and we want to find out, I think we need to find out quickly what the appetite is for who wants to be involved in a head start process or a backstop. The reason why I was late back in, I've just been talking to DIA for half an hour and listening to what the minister's been saying in the last 2 days. He's getting around a few councils, so that was quite interesting. But probably reiterating most of what we've heard around size and scale and reducing complexity is the real priorities, and that they would like to see forthright regions actually enter into the Head Start process to move things along. So I think we need to get an early indication so that we have a coalition of the willing of like minds and find out who that is and whether we are one of them to actually move forward or not. And I think there's some clarity and that will make sure that we don't waste resource and have a whole lot of churn unnecessarily going forward. And I suspect that the mayors of the region will probably feel the same. So, and I expect there'll be differing views as well. I've already heard from one mayor this morning that they don't want to be involved in the Head Start process. But probably not surprisingly with where they're at. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's great, thank you. That is what I wanted to know.
Could I just add to that, because I think there's a presumption in your question which I absolutely agree with, and thank you, Lance, for your answer. Our next scheduled meeting of the Waikato Mayoral Forum is the 25th of May, but that would effectively be after 1/6 of the time that has been allowed under the Head Start regime. 1/6 of that time would have already gone. And so I think there is an awareness of the fact that we do need to be nimble, we need to be quick, and therefore it is my hope that we will be bringing the next meeting forward. Yes, there are some informal conversations already underway. We do want to ensure that we keep you all acquainted with developments and get your feedback at regular intervals.
Thank you. So there's a process happening that will facilitate conversations with other mayors and etc. Then we will workshop that so that we develop a position as a council here. Will that come back to council for a decision about whether we join Fast Track or Backstop, or do you expect that to happen offline?
It's Head Start. We better not confuse
No.
it with Fast Track. But anyway.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, Head Start.
I'll need a resolution.
Okay.
So we're, Amy and the team are hunting out, dates, from like today onwards, so that we can move on this pretty quickly, because August the 9th will sneak up on us.
Yes.
But DIA said they're not expecting a 150-page novel. It's probably more a 20-page outline. And remembering in their process that once the government look at the proposals in July, August, and say, it's a bit like the city deal processes, that these ones look like they've got merit, go away and do more work until December, January, and that's where DIA will work with us to flesh out the meat on the bones. So I think you'll get an early indication as well from the government, which I think it's quite useful to hear that, rather than councils going away for 6 months, beavering away, and they're probably, may not have enough on the bones, never mind the meat, for it to be progressed. So I think the good thing is getting clarity at the right time, and then everyone doesn't waste a whole lot of time.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you, Councillor MacDonald. It's possibly just as well that Councillor O'Leary isn't here at the moment, because I can imagine the look on her face as we make an appeal for yet another workshop to be squeezed in. But in all seriousness, this is a very important topic, and we must ensure that we respond appropriately and quickly. Any further questions, please? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. This one is also probably best for you, Lance, if that's okay. Lance, we've talked about focusing on function first and then form in terms of this local government reform, so that we make sure we actually end up with something better and cheaper, not just different. With 3 months, can we actually realistically achieve a robust enough analysis to ensure we're actually putting up something that would improve things rather than just be a different sized and shaped council for the sake of it?
I think at a high level, yes. You probably won't get the level of detailed analysis like we did with EOI. Remember, we went through those stage gates of looking at the high level options, and we had Peter had the ticks, crosses and the matrix and all that sort of thing. So yes. Look, just remember that we do have a lot of information. Like Blair's team has got a lot of information about, from Future Proof, from lots of studies that's been done. There's a lot of information out there that's, from the Auckland amalgamation, the setup of the Auckland Council. There's been lots of reports been written, Canterbury, Bay of Plenty. So there's quite a bit of information out there, and Hannah's team have actually been pulling a lot of that together, to be honest, over the last 12 months. So will it be at the detailed level for waters? Probably in that next stage after August. I think that's when you'll get into the real analysis in that, and I suspect that that would be sort of where you'd work with DIA on really crunching the numbers. To your point, and Minister Bishop and Minister Watts have both said there's got to be better, and they're looking at that reducing complexity. We got a lot of complexity on our boundaries, working with Waipa and Waikato districts, and despite all the willingness and that sort of thing with Fast Track, what have you, but also then looking at cost savings around combined building control authority, all those sorts of things. Just bearing in mind that we're already doing some of that already, not only through CoLab, but directly with the Waikato District. It's gone beyond waters. Like Craig and I work pretty closely together. Helen's working with them around regulatory matters and customer services. We've got contracts around libraries, those sorts of things. So I think we've already got a good start there. So I think we'd probably give you some. It would be modest, not fully detailed by August.
Thank you. And one follow-up question that was helpful, thank you, Lance, is just where in this process would we expect community views to be considered, particularly in regard to democratic representation?
You're not going to do that before August.
No.
I'm sure they'll give us their views, probably on a proactive basis. But I think it will probably be in that second, more detailed part where, before the December, January, I'm a little bit suspicious of that date too, December, January. Remembering that the new government comes in November, they're not going to be firing on all cylinders December, January. To be honest, it'll probably be February, March or something like that. But DIA, who's going into MCERT, the new ministry, I think they will be firing on all cylinders. And I was just talking to them, and they're gearing up for this majorly. So I think we'll be in reasonably good shape.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And your query about where does the public get a say is one that I dare say we'll all need to be able to answer. Councillor Huata, please.
Kia ora, Mayor Tim. Lance will be able to speak more about this in our meeting post this meeting.
Yeah, I've got a CE only time with you about a few matters, and we can look. There is some sensitivity on this too around staff. We've got a lot of change going on with EOI, and I've already had some staff approach me just with the announcement the other day that they're concerned about jobs and futures, and most people in local government are pretty passionate about what they're doing. So so just remember there are a lot of sensitivities in this.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. We'll move into debate in a moment. That's assuming I can find a seconder for my report. I'll move. It's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor, so we'll go now into debate. I gave a bit of an outline of most of my report earlier, so I won't cover that again. I do just want again to acknowledge Councillor O'Leary's appended report on the Wuxi Sister City Delegation report. To note that Councillor Liu, although not a formal member of the delegation, did join us for the day of our formal meeting with the Mayor of Wuxi. And may I say, Councillor Liu, what a smart tie you were wearing in the photograph on that first page of the report. Thank you, in her absence, to Councillor O'Leary for putting together such a comprehensive report. And I just wanted to acknowledge that there were, I think, potentially some economic benefits, because people do often ask what are the benefits of sister city relationships, and particularly trips of that type. You can see in her report the number of different activities and businesses with which we met. And to give you just one example, we met with a company in Wuxi that is pioneering work in the affordable housing space and incorporating wood products. And if you drive around China, you won't see a huge amount of wood, particularly in all of the high-rise apartments. But given New Zealand's forestry production, we saw a possible option here for us to explore further, and an opportunity. I have offered to that company to make an introduction for them to Kāinga Ora, because obviously every option we can get for developing more social and affordable housing is desirable. I think they were keen to take that up. We are also very keen to continue to promote international opportunities, both at the secondary and the tertiary level. Waikato University and Wintec have both had quite significant inroads into China in recent times, but of course it took quite a hit during the COVID pandemic. I see further opportunities to pick up on that. And so the final point I'd just make is that, on the assumption that there will be future visits of this kind, not too often, but they will happen from time to time, I would be keen in future to explore further opportunities to include both business and educational leaders in the delegation. Now, I stress that it would have to be self-funded, because we're not in a position to subsidise them, but I do think that there are there are lessons we can learn in that regard. Sorry for going over time. The next is Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge your report, Mayor McIndoe, which was wide-ranging, but I want to confine my comments to the Mayoral Forum. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work of the Mayoral Forum to date, which actually shows that the regional mayors have been taking a strategic, proactive and not reactive approach to signalise local government reform. And we recently saw a proposal for an 18-month, program of work to try and front foot some of these things. And obviously, if we do head into the Head Start pathway, that will need to be truncated. But I want to acknowledge that because of the work that has already been done in this space, we aren't starting on the back foot or from scratch, that we are better positioned from a relationships perspective to respond with some agility in respect of the recent announcements, whether we go Head Start pathway or backstop. So I really just want to acknowledge that work and what will be required moving forward, and I look forward to ongoing updates and opportunities to contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Thank you for your report. I too want to address the Mayoral Forum part of your report. And excuse my cynicism, but it does come from experience. This looks to me, the announcement from the government this week looks to me like the death throes of a government that is facing not continuing with its tenure quite soon in this term. And it also reeks to me of an announcement that's been designed to divert attention from the internal woes of the government. This is classic political play of trying to find something else for the media to think about and write about that is not about the internal woes of the current coalition. So I caution us about responding to that type of agenda in this environment. I too want to commend the work of the Waikato Mayoral Forum, because there had been early and considerable thought put into exactly what a good, robust process that takes charge of what the community and what we need to deliver to the community, that has been embedded into the plan to date. So I want to urge the Waikato Mayoral Forum and councillors around this table to stick with the program. The program that we know was robust, is robust, and will take into consideration the community, because what I didn't see in that announcement this week was any consideration of what the community might have to say about these proposals. These are considerable issues that took the Auckland Super City around 7 years to come to their conclusion on. And I just want to recall a phrase that this issue reminds me of, and that is that if you act in haste, you can repent at leisure. And if we repent at leisure from a rushed process, it will be those in our community who wear the cost of that, because the services and the operations of the Waikato Regional Council are considerable. They do impact our community, and we need to carefully take our time with this decision. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe, for your comprehensive report. I appreciate the quick steps that have been required to adjust given Tuesday's announcement about local government reform. But before we commit to either a Head Start or a backstop option, I'd like to be clear about what the expected costs are, what the deliverables are, and what the decision points are. And I look forward to working through this in workshops over the next few weeks to make sure that we get the best outcome for Hamilton. On the Wuxi visit, it clearly reflects a strong and long-standing relationship. The question for me is how we translate that into tangible outcomes for Hamilton. Cultural and civic value is important, and noting your comments today, Mayor McIndoe, about how sister city relationships can be leveraged to lead to practical economic development, investment and capability that benefits our city. And finally, across all of this is the constrained financial environment. So noting that any emerging work streams need to be prioritised alongside core business. We need to be confident that they're not displacing focus, funding or delivery from the essentials that residents rely on. So overall, I support the report, but I do see a clear need to keep tight governance over how pathways progress from here. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Yeah, look, I support the amendment in terms of the sister city stuff and taking it more seriously and being more organised in our funding and structure. My only rider is I want it see it focus more on involving business and getting tangible business results. In terms of the Head Start pathway stuff, I appreciate we're at an early stage in the process, but given that the process has been put on steroids and that the Regional Council has already come out with a preference today, I feel a bit more licensed to make a comment or two. I'm supportive of amalgamation for the normal reasons, the duplication, and particularly for business. But I do have, and I think this process, in terms of letting us do it, I see some merit in that. Although the penalty for not doing it seems pretty severe. They possibly put in a transitional regime to do it for you. In terms of what they're doing, it's going to be challenging, I think, particularly looking at the whole region. I see relevant considerations that they've put up in their media releases. Can it actually be done? Is it realistic? And are communities still going to be represented? And so I see some issues with a whole region-wide unitary authority model in terms of local voice being retained. I'm also concerned about keeping a metro lens to this. I don't want to see Hamilton lose the agility and leadership that we've displayed in the last years, in terms of being, the first to get a HIF loan, getting the IAF 150 million. Our waters entity is first off the line along with 2 in July. So we've shown a lot of leadership as a city, and I don't want to see that lost. So I do see a lot of synergy with Waipa, Waikato in a unitary sense, but I'm really concerned about anything larger than that personally. A lot of thinking to be done, but I thought I'd get in early. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Look, there's certainly an opportunity that is before us. I also appreciate the fact that we have, that we do have the opportunity to work through this ourselves, albeit a very, very short time frame. I notice an interesting sentence in the press release from the government saying proposals should relate to larger, more efficient unitary authorities. Now, right from the start, I remember speaking in this House saying that is the goal of the government, the unitary authorities. The question there for me is larger. The government hasn't defined larger, so that's something for us to think through in terms of the size. I'd like us to encourage, as we work through this process, to consider regional entities and how we look to support or potentially incorporate them into some sort of new council structure. I'm thinking of the likes of Tourism Waikato, Waikato Screen, a possible regional economic development, Sport Waikato. There will be other entities that are region-wide, and there's an opportunity for us to potentially bring them into the fold. Some of them for many years have struggled for funding, but do good work. So there's an opportunity of us to reimagine the way that things work. The discussions have been mature up to this point, and hopefully they remain so. Obviously, staff will be a little bit unsettled. Obviously, councillors will be a bit unsettled because there will be likely a new governance structure from the 28th from 2028. So yeah, I look forward to working through this together. It will be an interesting time.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mixinto. I would also like to acknowledge the value of our sister city relationships. These relationships have significant potential with creating real opportunities for Hamilton in areas like education, like the Mayor mentioned, tourism, trade, and investment. In a challenging economic environment like this, it is important that Hamilton continues to stay outward-looking and explore international relationships and opportunities that can support long-term economic growth for our city. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I firstly want to acknowledge the work that staff have undertaken in regard to preparing us for reform conversations so that we are in a better place than we would be otherwise. In saying that, I personally think it's unwise for the government to be pushing councils to work out the right answer for reform within just 3 months, at a time when we're also working through our long-term plan and still in the process of transitioning to a water CCO. The Regional Council is advocating for a single unitary council for the region. I'm with Deputy Mayor Taylor on this one. I think that is way too big. Our region is 5 times the geographic size compared to the Auckland region. It takes about 4 hours to drive from Coromandel to Taupō. How are you going to have meaningful local voice? And in my view, you're probably going to end up with more inefficiencies trying to spread yourself over such a huge geographic area. Community boards are often touted as an answer to local voice. I'm pretty sceptical on that one. We already have a power struggle between local councils and central government, and difficulties arise with who does what. Community boards will need to be souped up, given lots more power than they usually would, to actually give a meaningful voice to our different communities in a single unitary model. And so you're just going to end up with more duplication anyway. So I'm not convinced they're the answer. What I am really interested in as we look to a new model is what we do with public transport. Please let's not jump to having a CCO for public transport. I don't think that's necessarily the right answer. We're just putting decision-making on transport at arm's length when we know what a high interest our community has in the topic of transport. Thank you.
Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Decisions to change council structures, policies or direction should never be rushed. While the desire to progress and responsiveness is understandable, haste in governance can undermine good decision making. Councils exist to represent communities, and rushed changes risk overlooking important perspectives, evidence and long-term consequences. When decisions are made too quickly, there is often insufficient consultation with the public, limited analysis of impact and inadequate scrutiny. This can lead to outcomes that are costly, ineffective or misaligned with the community needs. In local government, where decisions affect infrastructure, services and people's daily lives, the stakes are simply too high to get it wrong. Thoughtful governance requires balance and being responsive, but also being deliberate. Taking the time to properly consult, review data and consider alternatives builds trust and leads to more sustainable outcomes. In short, change may be necessary, but it must be done carefully. Good councils aren't defined by how fast they act, but how wisely they decide.
Councillor Mead, are there any further contributions? Yes, your name was up on the board, but disappeared. Councillor Huata.
Councillor Mead just swept me away with his profound words. And what I've been trying to do as a councillor in terms of debate time is usually I would prepare my debate and I would write it. But what happened is that I would not listen to my fellow councillors and what they had to say. So I'm going to be speaking from the heart here. And on the fly a little bit. So what I'd like us to encourage us to do and to think about is what is one entity that is in our backyard that can help us and lead us and guide us and inform us in all the spaces that we talk about and what's outlined in the report, and that is the kingitanga, 168 years deep, who always have to respond to what government impresses upon them at any given time. And so they have that agility to do that and the skill and the expertise. They have what we don't have as a city. They have their outreaches into the whole of the country, from the north right down to the Chatham Islands. You have the Iwi Cheers Forum, who canvasses all of the leaders across those spaces, across those thousands of people that have to respond to government reform, government who says do this, do that at any given time. So please let us turn to our leaders. Let us turn to Waikato Tainui, who are actually probably quite in favour of at least the surrounding districts coming together so they only have one entity to deal with, not multiple. But that's just my opinion. So the Kingitanga is our backyard. Queen Ngā Waihono i te pō was in Canada last week speaking to thousands of international Indigenous people about economy and development and how we can move forward as a nation. That's right under our noses. Why don't we use it? So that's what I would encourage, that those discussions, when we're looking to Auckland and the big city for that information that's already there, look at the Kingitanga and what that has to offer. I also want to talk about our Rangatahi Youth Council in our last 14 seconds. Let's not let that be just a token exercise, something where we get them to do on the side. You look at the Youth Action Plan, but why aren't they here? Why aren't we inviting them to actually meet them and what they can bring? And because they are our leaders of today, as Mish said, where are they?
We're at school, but I take your point. I take your point.
You don't respond to my thing.
I'm
Because I'm
sorry.
going to respond back.
I withdraw.
Not all of them are at school.
I withdraw and apologise, Councillor. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim, for your report. Firstly on this gift from central government and sending our proposals within 3 months, I start by supporting Councillor Rachel and commending you in your role in Waikato Mayoral Forum and the proactive work that has been done to date. It certainly put us in a much stronger starting position than I imagine most are. While I do see the potential benefit in amalgamation with the 67 TAs and 11 regionals, I worry about putting such a sharp deadline on something that will have long-lasting legacy. The breadth of functions in our regional council in particular needs to be considered, and there's some questions how we can support these to deliver those well. So I'll be keeping a close eye on discussions to make a more informed decision, as it will be a big one. I also thank Councillor O'Leary for the report on Bougie and to the delegation who worked hard to represent our city there. The report reflects a number of opportunities, including bringing them to Hamilton to the largest agricultural event in the Southern Hemisphere, to open trade discussions that will be beneficial to both parties. And further, at a time when Council is a bit of a late adopter often in technology, we have a lot to learn from a city that is a world leader in this sector. And I look forward to testing this in the LTP, help to ensure we're committing and enabling that relationship to flourish. So overall, I support the report and particularly interested in future discussions in our relationships and how we can turn them into tangible benefits for our communities. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Councillor. No further contributions? No. Given that I'm not detecting a mood to vote down my report, I'll keep my reply fairly short, but I will just acknowledge there have been very thoughtful contributions around the room, and those will, of course, be broadly, I think, indicative of the broad range of comments that people would want to offer both within our own community and further afield. So please be assured that both the Chief Executive and I will look as much as we can to reflect those faithfully in the discussions that we're going to be having in the weeks and months ahead. I just make the point, and I'm not defending or supporting or criticising here, I just make the point that when you read the announcement that came from the government the other day, it was very clear that a decision has been made that they are pressing ahead with this over a 3-month time frame. And either we adopt the Head Start approach, which means we, to some extent, get a chance to have input into our own destiny, or the subtext is, if you don't, we will do it for you. So my sense is that we need to get on the bus, at least, but also to be very sensitive to the concerns and comments that have been raised here and in the broader region. Thank you for that. I will put the... Thank you so much. I look forward to I look forward to receiving it. I'm going to put the motion. I'll put the motion, which is simply to adopt the report and the amendments relating to our sister cities' relationships and further opportunities. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We move on now to item number 9, and I'll invite James back to the chair, please, as we deal with the 2027-37 long-term plan. Greg is coming up with him to talk us through initial draft, significant forecasting assumptions, demographic and household projections, and proposed groups of activities.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tim. And yes, we come as a package today, and indeed Gary is the sort of the third part of our team today. So there's the report that you've received is basically 3 reports in one, if you like. One part is related to the assumptions for the long-term plan. We're not asking you to formally approve those at this stage, but clearly that if you have issues with them, the sooner you tell us and discuss them with yourselves, the better. But we will be formally bringing those back as we get later into the process. I'll talk about those in a moment. The other 2 parts are the growth projections on which we are asking for a decision today, which Greg will talk about in a moment, and the groups of activities on which Gary will talk you through shortly. Just on the assumptions, I think the only one that I really wanted to refer to was, very topically, given the recent discussion, the one around simplifying local government and the assumption that we're making in that space. When you sort of live and breathe the long-term plan, as I do, whenever anything happens in the world, your first reaction is, what's this going to mean for the long-term plan? But I think I think actually it makes it even more correct. I would suggest that actually our only assumption at this stage can be that nothing will change, because it would be impossible for us to predict exactly what a new structure would look like. We'll obviously continue to bear that in mind as we go forward, but certainly at this stage, and I imagine throughout the course of the long-term plan, we'll have to carry on assuming that the current arrangements will remain, and the current structure, the current services that we provide, subject to decisions that we make in the long-term plan, but the structure and so on will remain as it currently is. So that would be my suggestion on that. I will hand over to Greg to talk about the growth projections.
Thanks, James. Hello again, elected members. I'm going to provide you with a brief introduction to the demographic and household projections section of the report, which relates to recommendation 3B, Roman 1. The report seeks Council's approval to use the 2025 University of Waikato High Series projections as an input to the upcoming long-term plan. Hamilton's population continues to grow strongly due to sustained international migration, ongoing domestic inflows, and a young population that supports continued natural increase. The use of a high growth projection will be required under upcoming government policy. Regional partners have agreed to align on the high series through future-proof, and consistency is required across Airwise service area also. However, the government's primary focus is on ensuring sufficient residential capacity, more so than the growth projections themselves. And these demographic and household projections are planning tools only and do not in and of themselves commit the council to any investment decisions. You as the council retain control over investment choices and can respond to changing conditions through your finance committee and resetting assumptions at each long-term plan cycle and other mechanisms. Substantial investment in growth infrastructure in recent years has delivered significantly more and new developable land, and the planned capital growth investment over the next few years in your current long-term plan is materially lower. To sufficiency, so Hamilton has more than sufficient service land across the short, medium and long term under the currently adopted high series. And the projections recommended in this report reflect the current and recent challenging conditions. For example, the existing projections in the current LTP average about 1,200 homes per year, while the updated projections being recommended start at 900 and don't reach 1,200 until around 2033. So it's a significant correction there.
Overall, the recommendation is supported by independent specialist advice, achieves regional and government alignment, and council retains its discretion over its capital investment decisions. Thank you for suffering my long introduction. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for...
Could I just suggest that Gary does the third part of the introduction?
Yes, okay.
There's a third part of the groups of activities, and then we can open for questions
But
on
wait,
all of it.
there's more. We'll hand over to the Chief Financial Officer.
Kia ora. So each long-term plan, council is required to consider how it wants to communicate what it does and how those activities contribute to outcomes for the community. It's required by legislation. There are a couple of activities that are specifically required by legislation, being transport and flood management, which we classify as stormwater. Obviously, stormwater, this go around with 2027 to 37, will also require a water services strategy under the Water Services Act. There are specific reporting requirements within the preparation of an LTP for activities, and also separate requirements associated with groups of activities. So by choosing these, you are choosing at what level to what detail we are complying with those two different components. The activities form part of the revenue and financing policy in a framework that's called the funding needs analysis. It's where you describe at an activity level what community outcomes are being done, what the activity is, who benefits from it, and how that activity is funded. The groups of activities are then reported within the long-term plan. Generally, that describes which activities form part of that group, why they've been put together. It includes information around what your service measure expectations will be within that group. It also includes a list of any capital investment projects in that group and a funding impact statement, which is required by legislation. So your choice on how you put them together dictates both how we report in the long-term plan and then how we have to report for the next 3 years through our annual reports. You'll see there is a classification at the bottom of shared and support services. So those have a slightly different reporting requirement. You do not have to do all of the things I described in terms of the groups of activities within the LTP or the funding needs analysis. They are items that clearly contribute to the delivery of the activities and the services they provide. We do ring fence them only because they generally contribute to more than one. So I want to kind of stress the bit that says they're not simply those are back office, those are front office and customer serving. If we have centralised any component of activity that supports the delivery of services, but it supports multiple activities, we tend to put those in. So you could look at it, for example, on page 53, the community spaces and regulatory support services is not entirely just back office functions for that component. It just so happens that what we put into that activity supports, aquatic facilities and cemeteries, animal control, building control. And so because it supports multiple, we have to put it centre. So one of the tricks when you look at this list in terms of what we've proposed is to try to find the right balance of putting the costs in that make it as transparent to the community without introducing a whole bunch of extra complexity. The more activities we have, quite often the more you'll find you're pushing costs down into shared services because suddenly they're not part of that activity, they're part of the 3 different components. So that's why we've taken that approach, thought about it carefully, trying to find the right balance to support our transparency to the community through the long-term plan.
Gary, are there any questions for either James, Greg or Gary? We have Councillor Huata.
It's great to see that, I'm not sure if he's a doctor or a professor, Michael, that prepared the research from the University of Waikato is a part of also the Te Angira demography Research Institute as well. But I just want to know, because I couldn't see it in the list of figures, etc., whether or not that report includes also information from a Māori Indigenous perspective as well. And I just want to ask if whether or not the Professor of Demography at the Tingita Institute for Population Research and co-director of Ngā Pai o Te Manawatanga Centre of Research Excellence, Dr. or Professor Tahu Kukutai, has been able to provide an extra layer, which Mangai Norm Hill asked about yesterday as well.
Thank you, Councillor Huata. I'm going to call down Andy, who's right across that report. Did you have an answer you can provide there, Andy? Apologies, bear with us.
Professor. So yes, Professor Michael.
You did have a question, Andy?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Councillor. So the just answer the first part first. So the in the old days, the research institution was named NIDIA, and then later on they was renamed to Tenera. So there was an agreement with University of Waikato just to avoid the confusion. So going forward, they would like us just to refer them as University of Waikato Projections. That's the first point.
Yep.
The second point, so I'm not sure whether I understand it correctly. So you were asking whether the Maori population was considered in the projection and was consulted. Yes, I can answer you that. So the modeling just purely look at from the population cohort perspective by age and sex. So the ethnicity wasn't a very strong dependent variable to consider, because they look at age and sex and project out in the future for the next 30 years. But I can assure you, yes, the Maori population is definitely included because the starting point of the modeling is from the census data, which covers everyone.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor, Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you. Thank you all for your preceding comments, particularly around the thinking around transparency. My questions are for either Greg or Andy. The report notes limitations in national data, including known misalignment between population and household trends. Can you explain the level of confidence in the University of Waikato projections? What margin of error or uncertainty should we be planning for when using these to underpin our long-term decisions?
Thanks, Councillor. Andy, do you want to take that one?
Yes, as you probably know that the projection out of the model that has low, medium, and high series. So from there, then we took that in-house. We assessed it against the actuals and our observed data evidence. And then sort of that was the recommendation to use high series, and also aligning the recommendation from the future-proof region and also the central government upcoming requirement. That was also the consideration. In terms of the margin of error, so we've been using the Waikato University's projection for, I think, since 2006, or, yeah, sorry, it was before my time. Yeah, and it has been fairly accurate on a high level. If you remember, there was a PowerPoint slide that showing the historically adopted projection versus actual on a high level was fairly accurate. And every time when they produce an update and using the new census data, we do another thorough comparison between the two providers who are Stats New Zealand and Waikato, and we conclude that the Waikato's approach it's a sort of a better approach from a modeling perspective. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you. So you've tested the theoretical data against real data, and that's informed what you've given us?
Correct, at a city level and over a long run average. You might find this from year to year, there could be variance, but because the purpose of the projection is to provide that long-term view for the next 30 years. So we sort of compare like the last 10-year average, and then that's really aligned to what we've chose.
Thank you. I have one more question, is how are these growth assumptions being tested against affordability? Council's affordability constraints, including debt limits, rates trajectory, etc., to ensure that planning for growth remains aligned with what the city can realistically afford?
Yeah, it's an important question. I think the answer is we try and take the most realistic view of what we think growth is, or just population increase is going to be over the long term in the future, and then through the long-term plan and through the many decisions that are made there, council makes its investment decisions and determines its debt profile and so on. And as I mentioned in the introduction, this doesn't, adopting one projection or another doesn't commit the council to investment decisions. So that would be the short answer, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. My question is pretty simple, and it's just to build on Councillor McDonald's question, which is, what happens financially if the growth and the performance assumption, and what does that mean to our repairs?
So, Councillor, you mean if the projection is too high in the end or too low? What flow-on effect does that have? Is that your question? No, sorry.
Projection of the amount of houses being built within next 10 years versus the actual number of houses being built over the next 10 years.
Right. So if you look back, over the last 5, 6, 7 years, the number of houses built has been in excess of the growth projections. And there are periods in the past when it's been lower, like after the financial crisis.
Next few years, yeah.
Yeah, and and that's likely to happen. But the fact that it's been under recently is a guide to, and we know that Hamilton's the fastest growing population in the country. So I think that should guide. What did I? Yeah, now I'm nervous about that. I did say country. Sorry, Councillor. And so, but the answer really is, I think perhaps the misconception that these growth projections bind the council in some way for many, many years in the future. So, if the first thing is that the adoptions that are the projections that we're recommending are substantially lower starting point, and in fact don't reach the levels that we've just seen for nearly a decade. And the second thing is if there's another economic shock, touch wood there isn't, the council has mechanisms available to, push out its capital program through the Finance Committee or change its investment decisions. So I think the council can quite easily adjust along the way. So that would be the main answer. And the growth projections are going to be wrong in one way or another. But I think we've certainly got the resilience and the flexibility to deal with that.
Greg, you might just want to add, we review them every 3 years.
Yeah, there's a reset every 3 years on growth projections. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
For Gary, actually, sorry, they're a little bit detailed around the classifications. I'm sorry, they're not called that. The group of activities. So under transport, could you just explain to me what the difference is between the transport network and urban transport? What's different? Where is Gary?
So transport network is predominantly like roading, etc. So that's transport network. We've shifted away from the description of urban transport in this proposed list. Previously, that was parking management and those things associated directly with parking management. We've changed it to describe it as parking management because we think that's a more understandable component of what the majority of it is.
Actually has urban transport. The document in front of me actually has urban
So
transport.
page 53 will say parking management. The document you're looking at is probably attachment 3, which is what the current 24 list is.
Okay, that explains why I didn't understand it. Okay, thank you.
So one of the just to pick up on it, one of the things we're trying to do here is quite often, and it's not uncommon across councils, we end up describing things the way that we've described our functions internally and the names we use for the functions. What we've tried to do in this particular version proposal is to make sure we're putting what we think will be more easily understood descriptions to the public as our activities and groups of activities.
So where in the group of activities does public transport infrastructure sit?
So I know definitely there's an element of that associated with the transport centre piece.
Transport centre?
Yep.
Okay, because we have,
I'd then
so you're
have-
talking about the transport centre, the actual
Yeah.
location there. What about the transport hub? Where does that fit in here?
Would have to go back through the cost centres and identify in detail, so we'll have to come back to you on that one.
I'm just trying to make sure it's all kind of covered.
It's
So
in,
you've just given me an assurance that it is.
It is absolutely covered. Below this, we take all of the cost centres that we operate our accounting framework on, and we map those in through to the activity. So I just need to go back and see whether it's part of a cost centre, whether it's its own cost centre, and then I can identify exactly which one it's rolling into.
If I might just help and just by way of a more of a general conversation, next week we have some level of service workshop discussions.
Yes.
That material has just gone out on Diligent for those, including all of these individual activity statements. So you will be able to see that and read, and that actually outlines what each of those areas delivers. So it may well answer your question, Councillor Sue.
Thank you.
No further questions. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim, I've got a few questions if I can. One's a little bit of a information and a question and behind it. At the moment, according to Infometrics 2013, 2018, 2023, Hamilton has the lowest rate of home ownership of anyone in the country for those years, of 53% average for home ownership and 46% as renters. It also has, in the fact, from that same information at the moment, we have a lower income than the rest of the country at 120,000 house income versus 135. Where I'm getting to is the fact, in the reports and those sorts of things, we have a young population and we're struggling to see the affordable housing and people getting into houses, and how's that taken into what we're reporting and working off the university report at the moment?
Thanks, Councillor. The topic today is really about the population that we expect, and that is a sort of a base assumption in order for the council to make decisions that might help those situations like housing affordability, and I think understanding the makeup of our population and the housing base and rent, that's information that would inform us. But I think these projections, as Andy said, are simply in terms of population, head count, and by sex, by age, effectively. So I think they're something underlying those questions that you've asked.
Can I please add a point? Oh, sorry, can I please? Sorry, Councillor, can I please add a point? That was a very, very good question. And then Greg covered most of it. Just want to add a point. So because of our very young aged population, and then sort of they don't normally form a household very early. So both of that was clearly modeled within the University of Waiakato model. That's why when we see the actual data, while both population and household trending downwards in the next few years, but you can see the recovery of population is way faster than the household. So pretty much for the household, the line for next 10 years is well below the current projection, where for population, we have seen that lines below for the next 3-4 years, and then that will pick up again, because that's a reflection of the young population don't form up a household earlier. So that's that, but can assure you that. The second question about the affordability, it's so the population projection, household projection is purely look at from the demand side of what we're going to get as a city in the next 30 to 50 years, where while I'm not expert on affordability, but my personal opinion will be the affordability is often gets assessed and addressed from the supply side. And in memory, in the past, council also has done so by enforcing affordability measure in the consent conditions or the special housing areas. So that's how council in the past has addressed the affordability, working with the community, development community. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Andy. And just one more. It's probably a bit of a question for Gary, if anything. And with the no valuations this year in housing, and then we've got a 6.9% rates increase, my brain sort of goes back to 6.9% on petrol, but it's not quite that this year. I'm trying to, we had a bit of a talk before, and I'm deeply confused with losing my glasses and not seeing anything. So,
question, could you please explain what I'm trying to ask?
The 6.9%, 6.9% I see as on a petrol rise at 6.9, but our rates isn't 6.9. There's ups and downs. Is that still the case this year with the no new valuations on houses, sort of thing?
So I think you're talking about the distribution of rates increases.
Yeah,
when we come back to, when we take this and roll it back through to the annual plan work that we're going to do and then into LTP assumptions. Normally when we do rates increase outside of a valuation year, the distribution between ratepayers, irrespective of their properties, is reasonably small, depending on some other circumstances, water supply, etc. In valuation years, that changes, and the distribution can be quite higher and lower because of the changes in property. So we would not expect that through the annual plan, nor in year 1 or 2 of the long-term plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you. I have questions about the other assumptions. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess firstly, just on the climate assumptions, I don't really have a question about the assumptions so much, but what I'm wanting to understand is how that then changes what we do. So a question might be, for example, if we were to ignore the assumptions completely, what would be different? So what do they actually change? And maybe in terms of, there's a reference to some, I think, assets that are going to be are deemed to be more risky or more at risk. Can you just, I guess, give me an example of what we might do differently with any one of those?
Thank you, Councillor Casey Cox. I see Charlotte has come to the table, so Charlotte, are you wanting to answer that one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
So in relation to that, what we've taken is we're doing climate change risk assessment for all our council assets. So the information that's in the significant forecasting assumptions are the scenarios that we're using within that risk assessment. And so then once we've assessed all the different assets, we'll look at what ratings they've got for that 2050 period. 2030 to 2050 period, and then those that are addressed as being higher above will then be sort of mitigated through the asset management process. So they'll look at what are the things we need to do to address those risks. So if we weren't including climate change as a consideration, those things would not be coming forward.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Sorry, Charlotte, that was all for that one. Financial contributions, will we be making an assumption about that? About the revenue from those?
Yes, we will.
Cool, and that'll be included. And, sorry,
Sorry, councillor, can I clarify that?
Yes.
We will be projecting FC revenue if financial contributions are adopted by the council.
Okay.
But I don't know, that will be on Gary's timeline. I'm not sure of the timing. I thought I was committing maybe to something I couldn't do.
No, the answer is correct. Obviously, if the
If we
policy
adopt
is
them,
if the policy is adopted,
then there'll
we will
be-
take it into account in terms of the number of properties that we think will pay, and therefore we will have a revenue projection.
Cool. I notice in the assumptions we've got some of our own targets, so our climate emissions targets, and we've got a mention of Te Ture Whaimana, and we've got mention of a few things. But I guess my question is, we seem to have picked out some of our strategic goals and objectives and used those in assumptions, but not all of them. So I guess my question is, why aren't we using all of them as assumptions for investment? And one of those would be, on top of my mind always, is the 10% Indigenous biodiversity target. So why isn't that highlighted as an assumption for an investment?
That's a good question, and I'm happy to go and have a think about it. I guess just to explain sort of how we've arrived at those assumptions, we've largely started from the list of assumptions that we had in the last long-term plan and thought about what's remained the same, what's changed, etc. So that might explain how different things happen to be treated differently. But I'm very happy to go back and have a think about which things we might have accidentally excluded.
Okay, thank you. Yep, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Huata, please.
Kia ora. In preparing the 27 to 37 long-term plan, is the research that we're going to use limited to using only the research that you've outlined from the University of Waikato? Will we consider the extensive research and just in alignment with the question from Councillor Me too, from the Waikato Wellbeing Project in terms of the State of the Region Report 2025 and the real cost of housing in Waikato, which was released also by them?
Thanks, councillor. The University of Waikato we rely on exclusively for its population projections, and essentially full stop. There's a vast amount of information that we will rely on and use, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but it's worth being aware that the Waikato University just gives us a city level population projection. So Andy and the team, our growth model, disaggregates that across areas and by household types, and all information that's in that quality of life survey. But the short answer is it's just the high level baseline population projection, so that we can anchor that across your asset management plans and your DC policy and et cetera, et cetera. Does that answer the question?
Yep.
Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. Global uncertainty and geopolitical risk, how are we taking that into account from the assumptions perspective? And then also, how are we thinking, and because it's very topical at the moment, and how are we thinking about any geopolitical assumptions that we might make? How might that impact on our credit rating as we move through the long-term plan?
Good question. Maybe I'll start, and maybe Gary and James will have a comment. But I think the first port of call, I think, would be the lens that you're looking through in terms of strategic decisions and more tactical decisions or decisions about the short term. So if you take the long-term view, so the demographic stuff, but also your long-term economic view is pretty broad and expects troughs and peaks and would expect a return to the mean. But when you've got a fuel crisis and you've got a recession and you've got political instability, that's really disruptive, and that needs to be considered, but probably in a shorter term sense. but I think Gary might want to add to that from an assumptions perspective.
Yeah, so the first one I'll pick up on is impact on credit rating. Clearly, all factors kind of go into all credit rating agencies' considerations. If I was to kind of give them a series of primacy in terms of what's the most influential thing, our projection on cash flow and how we manage cash flow is likely to be the most significant impact on our credit rating. So having a sustainable cash flow presented in the long-term plan will be critical. I think the second thing we're very conscious of below that, that all credit agencies have identified is uncertainty that was pointed to in terms of particularly central government reform in the first instance. So that creates a lot of uncertainty in terms of revenue streams and then ultimately the cash flow that flows from that. So I think the credit rating agencies will be looking at that very carefully and what we've factored in, if anything, that we can into LTPs. I think the global uncertainty is kind of the third tier that they will look at. So I don't think it's as big an influence on our credit rating, but it definitely is. I'm not diminishing it, but I think our cash flow is the most important aspect. And then to quickly touch on how we impact our assumptions, I think the return to median, mean and assumptions is kind of critical when you're doing a long-term 10 and 30-year trajectory. We will have to consider exactly where we are and consider to review that as we go through the long-term plan, recognising we'll also do sensitivity analysis. So that will highlight, exposure to inflation costs, plus or minus what's the actual real potential risk of that. And then when we align that to our enterprise risk framework, we can identify what capacity we have to deal with that and how quickly we could then change what we do organisationally. So the enterprise risk framework would say you have capacity within your headroom to react to things quickly for a period of time, but not ongoing. That buys you enough time to think about how you would then react, either through the next long-term plan or during the annual planning cycles, or even during each year if you think the assumptions are turning out different than you originally assumed. All of those are laid out when we actually present the assumptions in the LTP. We do say what we use, what tools we use, and how we would react as well.
Thank you. One more question is, we had an economist update that indicated that the ongoing effects of the geopolitical situation at the moment could go on for a couple of years, even if it finished, reasonably in the short-term, immediate future. Is it? And we've got macro assumptions here which are related to central government reform. And given we talked the other day at the risk workshop about ESG, the E have now being, internationally, globally focused on energy, and G for geopolitical, whether one of our macro assumptions should address the geopolitical environment. The question is, will you give some consideration to that in the next iteration of this?
Absolutely, we will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's been an excellent array of questions, so thank you all very much for that. Councillors, I am aware of the fact that we've gone beyond 1 o'clock when we would usually adjourn for lunch. We haven't got a lot of items left on our open agenda, but I assume from the questioning that there will be a need for a debate on this particular topic. So I just seek your guidance, mindful of our obligations to ensure that our staff can also have some lunch. Would you like us to push on now, or would you prefer to take our lunch adjournment, allowing for the fact that we will need to return for what's difficult to say exactly how long? Could I have a show of hands, those who would like to take lunch now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those who would prefer to press on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Well, Either the chair exercises a casting vote, or I'll point out you shouldn't be abstaining on a motion during a council meeting. Could I take a show of hands from the staff, please? Who would like to adjourn? And from the media. Those who would prefer to break for lunch now? One? Yeah. Look. Yeah, the chief executive has apparently voted for all of them. I'm also conscious of the fact that it's getting very late and, well, very in the middle of the night for Councillor Niha, who is still there. So congratulations, Councillor Niha, for staying there, and your eyes are still open, which is impressive. I think we will break for lunch. We need to take a 45-minute break, so let's aim to be back here, ready to go at 10 to 2. And I apologise for the fact that I can only satisfy some of you with that decision. We're there? And, and we're back, racing this time. Welcome back, members, and to everybody watching either in the chamber or online. We have now reached the point where we will presumably begin debate on item number 9 on the long-term plan assumptions and projections, but I do need a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation, please. Can we have that on the board? That we receive the report and approve for the purpose of preparing the 2027-37 long-term plan, the use of the University of Waikato High 2025 demographic and dwelling household projections, and the proposed groups of activities. Is there somebody who'd like to move that? We've moved by Councillor Corrales, it's seconded by Councillor Moroni. So we'll go live. Please indicate if you wish to speak to that. Does the mover wish to speak first? Thank you, Councillor Corrales.
Our debt tripled over 2 trienniums to about $1 billion. Roughly 2/3 of that $1 billion relates to growth. DCs are down, Rotokauri and Peacocks have not or are not performing as hoped. So you can appreciate why there's some natural hesitation or reluctance to adopt a higher growth projection. We heard that we will soon be legally required to adopt a high growth projection as a Tier 1 council, so we have to. There are also strategic regional reasons for us to do so. But I think we can take comfort in knowing that these are forecasts, they are not facts. We will be able to adjust things if the situation changes moving forward. Most importantly, we are in control of developing our spending program for growth infrastructure. We do not need to continue to invest in growth, incurring further debt, especially as we have a supply of serviceable land for development and to meet growth moving forward. We can hold the line and decide to invest in line with our practical reality. Right now, our growth infrastructure investment is ahead of actual development, and that's a risk that we need to manage. I'm also mindful of the need to be fair to current ratepayers and make sure today's people aren't carrying the burden of growth that might still be decades away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair. My comments reflect the thinking that I have articulated consistently over the last few weeks. I note that this report is framed around assumptions, and that those assumptions will shape everything that follows for the long-term plan. In particular, they will underpin infrastructure planning, capital investment, scale and sequencing. I note the comments about testing the theoretical figures against known data and the corrections applied to the projections from the last set. I note Greg's comments about adopting the assumptions, not committing us to investment decisions. But I posit that despite not committing us, they will materially influence the investment decisions we will make. We will rely on them. Adopting a high growth projection is reasonable from a planning perspective given the type of city that we have. But I think it's important to be clear that this is a planning assumption, not a commitment to deliver infrastructure at a particular scale or pace regardless of how conditions evolve. We've seen previously that growth and cost assumptions can vary materially from actual outcomes over long-term horizons. Given the level of uncertainty noted in the report, particularly around household projections and data limitations, it's important that we retain flexibility in how those assumptions translate into investment decisions. And alongside that, it needs to sit within a clear affordability framework. Growth assumptions cannot sit above our financial constraints. They need to be tested against them. So overall, I'm comfortable progressing this as a planning assumption, but I do see a clear need to retain discipline and flexibility in how these assumptions translate into our future investment decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And although he's not showing up on the board, Councillor Bidder is next in the queue, so I invite you to contribute.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Predicting the future is hard. There is a joke that economists' role is to make weather forecasters look good. Projections are based on past performance. Financial advisors have to state that past performance is no indicator of future performance. The same should apply to population projections. When I look at the net international migration figure 4 on page 94 of the agenda, page 12 of the university's report, the only historical pattern is extreme and rapid change from a record high in 2019, net losses in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID, to a new record high in 2023, crashing to near zero in 2025. Page 128 of the agenda, page 46 of the report, shows Hamilton's growth projections for 10 years ranges from a low of 20,000 new residents to a high of 50,000. That difference of 30,000 people is a 150% variation from low to high, and it is also the combined population of Morrinsville, Te Awamutu and Ngaruawahia. The university is being realistic about the level of uncertainty, but we carry the risk. We are obligated by the government to adopt a high growth projection. Of the two options on the table for today, my preference is the University of Waikato projection over Stats New Zealand. However, we are not obligated to provide infrastructure to match the projection, and that is a decision for the long-term plan, because Fast Track looks like it will provide the supply of sections. The long-term plan question is the risk of going high could mean existing ratepayers carrying redundant assets for 30,000 people, whereas going low could mean shortages and higher house prices. The real difference is once the money is spent on pipes, it is gone, whereas we can respond to higher demand by accelerating work. I am signalling a desire to lower our growth expectations, particularly debt-funded growth, and to be agile to respond if the growth is higher. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Moroni, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I am happy to second this motion because the mistake that I have seen most frequently that has occurred in planning in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is in fact underestimating growth and not responding to it quickly enough and not having infrastructure in ahead of growth. And we can see the results of many decades of that type of response from councils throughout the country, particularly in Auckland. People will know I talk about this a bit, but it's just up the road, and it's a very real example of how bad it gets when you don't get this right, when you underestimate growth and you therefore don't plan for it. Because if we look at what's happening in Auckland, they will never, it's my prediction, they will never get out of their traffic congestion problems because they now, it's too costly. It only ever gets costly to address these sorts of issues. They didn't have their public transport system up and running early enough to address congestion. They didn't do enough planning in order to have affordable levels of housing in their city. And if we look to Wellington, then we can see that there have been decisions made over many decades, over many different councils, where they have, first and foremost in their mind has been containing the impact on rates, and now they've ended up with a water system that is not fit for purpose, creates health and safety hazards pretty much every day of the week in that city, and they again have a very expensive future in front of them to fix that up because they didn't make the right decisions at the right time. And it's related to, yes, forecasting, which is not a perfect science. And if anyone has got the perfect science, I'd ask them to offer it now. It's not a perfect science, but we know from the record of the University of Waikato data that it is very accurate, and therefore I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Growth assumption projections are scenarios, not guarantees, and financial commitments must reflect uncertainty. There are several legitimate cautionary points you can raise about adopting the growth assumptions from University of Waikato demographic modelling. The university predictions are based on assumptions around migration, economics and development activity, and that they are the scenario-based rather than the certain forecasts. Growth projections are important planning tools, and they should not be treated as a certainty, but a planning tool. Population modelling is inherently dependent on assumptions around migration, housing affordability, economic performance, employment infrastructure, delivery, interest rates, and national policy settings. All of these will change where we could currently sit. Small changes in all of those assumptions can materially alter the long-term outcomes. Hamilton has experienced growth historically, however councils must be careful not to lock themselves into long-term debt and infrastructure commitments based solely on optimistic growth scenarios. Growth does not always arrive at the pace projected, and when it slows, councils can be left carrying significant debt, operating costs and infrastructure obligations that place pressure on rates in future budgets. The current economic environment adds further uncertainty. Higher infrastructure costs, potentially elevated interest rates, pressure on household affordability, construction sector volatility and uncertain migration patterns, and exposure to global economic conditions and currency fluctuations. Our own infrastructure strategy acknowledges increasing affordability pressures, rising delivery costs and significant infrastructure funding. A prudent approach would be planning for growth, protecting the future corridors and infrastructure capacity, but staging a major capital expenditure program carefully, ensuring projects are demand triggered where possible, and regularly reassessing projections against actual population and revenue performance. Council should avoid creating a financial model that assumes continuous high growth, simply to sustain borrowing or justify large capital programs. Sustainable growth requires infrastructure to be affordable, but not only to build, but also to maintain and renew over generations. Good governance isn't anti-growth. Good governance is ensuring optimism is balanced with financial resilience and realistic delivery capacity. And my last line is, the risk is not planning for growth. The risk is financially overcommitting before that growth fully materialises.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Yes, look, I support the speakers before me. I support this recommendation, adopting a growth assumption for the purposes of preparing the LTP, which is what we're required to do. And the University of Waikato work is far superior. We are required by government as a Tier 1 council to use this high growth model in our planning, but that doesn't mean we need to be slaves to it in the way we develop our LTP, and I certainly don't intend to be. We have control. This is a time to be conservative, I think. We acknowledge there's been a slowdown in growth. We acknowledge that we have more than sufficient housing on hand at present, and we acknowledge that we have significant infrastructural investment in place thanks to work over the last few years, and that needs to be reflected in our LTP. At the same time, growth will come again, and we know that historically it comes in cycles, but it's a good feeling to actually be ahead of it in some ways. You do feel exposed, and I think we are a little exposed, but we're ahead of growth, and growth will come again. But now is a time to just, take it slowly.
Thank you. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do support planning for growth, and I also think we need to be realistic about uncertainty and be responsive to changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Casey Cox.
I support all the previous speakers on growth assumptions. I just want to focus more on the climate assumptions, mostly because in the last long-term plan we didn't do that well, understanding, I think, our climate risk and our response to that. And so my concern is that we don't want climate change to sit as a modelling assumption, but we do want to see how it may change decisions on the ground. And my understanding of climate assumptions and projections is to shift choices. So, for example, if there is going to be increased rainfall or heat, then pipes, roads and buildings should be designed to a higher standard or have shorter renewal cycles. If flood risk is projected to increase, that should translate into not building in certain places. Heat island modelling and the work we were shown yesterday should lead us to consider tree canopy targets in specific areas and requirements for shade, as we've done with our playgrounds, permeable surfaces and that sort of thing. And I'm just, I guess, wanting this time to see climate examples or assumptions so that they can change, or at least we can weigh up the decisions that we're making. If we're going to invest in resilience or we're going to defer something but understand the risk of doing that. So that's the kind of information I'm looking forward to seeing more of so we can weigh up the trade-offs as elected members. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak briefly to support something that Councillor Graham touched on, and I think Councillor Sue did too, which is protecting transport corridors, protecting land that's required for future infrastructure investment, because we never regret doing that. When it comes to the time to actually build something, and we've already got the land and we've had it for the last 20 years, 30 years, we're like, oh, thank goodness, whoever had the foresight for that, like, good job. So, so let's be that person. So when it comes to having foresight and thinking about protection of land and corridors that will in the future be strategic and critical for infrastructure, so we can stop the cycle of paying market price for infrastructure through the nose at the time of wanting to build.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, do you wish to exercise your right of reply? No, I haven't heard any opposition, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Another good debate. We move on to item number 10, and although it's in the plural of remits, it is actually only one remit. Just for the benefit of new members, okay. I was simply going to explain, because some might be puzzled, that the LGNZ conference is usually held in July and it commences with the LGNZ AGM, but this year, predominantly because of the fuel crisis, a decision was made a few weeks ago to postpone the conference until later in the year, but the AGM still goes ahead online mid-year. In retrospect, it might be a pity, given the Head Start announcement the other day, that decision has been made, but it's probably too late to change it now. So we have just one remit that's been put forward on dog control. It's already been moved by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Pike. Does the mover wish to speak to it? No.
Only in debate, but
Oh, sorry. A very brief explanation might be worthwhile. I think it's...
This was something requested to be considered by Council from the Dog Control Hearing Committee to support the Rotorua Council remit. It's just important to note that since the meeting, Government has announced that they're doing a review on the Dog Control Act. So this is a little bit superseded by that, but Rotorua have indicated they still wish to put forward their remit as referenced in paragraph 8. Yeah, so that's just some context, but I'm happy. I've got a very short debate on it.
Right. Well, Councillor Pike is the mover. Does anyone have a question for her? I actually think we covered this quite well in the workshop the other day. Councillor McDonald, do you have a question?
I do.
I presume Councillor Pike's not asking a question of Councillor Pike, so we'll go on to Councillor
Councillor Pike might be the person who can answer this.
Yeah, yes.
Just given that she has the most experience in the space. So for me, who's new in the space, but working with Councillor Pike in the dog hearings panel, I'm interested to understand from your experience perspective if you think what is being proposed in terms of change appropriately addresses the issues that you've seen.
I mean, this is put forward by Rotorua, but around mandatory desexing of impounded dogs, vaccination, extending microchipping requirements, they're all concerns that we've heard about from the animal control team on our recent visit. So, yeah, it's just in response to a number of concerns in this area and trying to take a proactive stance on issues versus, you know, a reactive response. Broadly speaking, sorry, I'm not the SME on this.
Thank you. I appreciate just your expertise is greater than mine, so I'm looking to you for that. The other question I have is, can you see any unintended consequences arising out of what's being proposed?
Well, I think that would be tested by the by government and through the how they form the bill. So that would be we'd be able to input into that and shape that.
Thank you.
Do you have a question? Sorry, is that it? Councillor Thompson, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I don't know, for staff, just in terms of what we I know Auckland's been very vocal on this, and that's a big reason why the government's now proceeding with this review. They will no doubt be giving lots of helpful feedback. Is there any value in providing some preemptive feedback, given the breadth of experience that our animal control team has on, you know, what we'd like to see in a future bill, so we kind of get information to them before it gets to submission point, or are we expecting we'll be consulted directly in the actual creation of the first draft?
I would say that would be very much up to the remit and LGNZ process. But I assume it will come to Zone 2, in which case any feedback could be considered at that point, and whether Rotorua were open to making changes. I know other remits we've
Not in regard
process.
to the remit, but just more broadly, now that we know there's a process, just sharing our experiences as a council in terms of sharing expertise on what's needed. So I was just going to see if Helen...
Yeah, sorry, I'm just unclear. We sharing through what process? So like we would normally...
Well, it would just be contacting directly with whichever agency is drafting this to say, hey, look, we're happy to talk with you around what...
yeah, I think the response would be there is a submission process.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's legislative, so we'd have to work through that same process, but you have got the remit process where you get to, you know, as Councillor Pike has said, where as councillors you'd get to input.
I'm just assuming that they would, you know, since you've got a bunch of people in Wellington drafting something, they would need on-the-ground experience to even draft it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we can look into it.
I can add to that. I know one of our animal control managers, Sue, is a member of a national body of animal control. So at the hearing, she expressed support for the need for the review, and I imagine that that board will be involved, but we'd have to check with her directly on the scope and control. I'm very much working on the fly here.
You have dived in the deep end. Councillor Corrales, you have a question?
Just a quick question, because we do get a lot of feedback about whether the framework is fit for purpose, and this question is directed to managing expectations. So how long do we have any sense of how long the central government review process might take before any change might materialise?
It would very much depend on how the government of the day prioritises that. I will note that it is called Dog Control Act 1996, which is a number of years ago. So it is out of date in terms of staff perception. Yeah.
There are several former MPs in the room who would probably tell you that's a very difficult question to answer. But my sense is there's probably, and it's a guess, there would probably be cross-party interest in pursuing it. Thank you, Councillor Pike and Councillor Corrales. Any further questions? No, well, we have the motion on the board, and it is essentially supporting a remit that calls on LGNZ to advocate to government for a review of the Dog Control Act. Councillor Pike, as the mover of the motion, do you wish to speak?
Just quickly, this review was a call from Rotorua Council, particularly around trying to deal with dangerous and roaming dogs and the ability to be proactive, which is something that we hear often about in our communities. Sadly, there has been a number of fatalities around the country, and our officers are often hamstrung about how they can deal with public and animal safety, which is paramount to us. I did also want to highlight that one of our very competent animal control managers, Sue, is a member of the National Body for Animal Control, and she was very supportive of this remit. So while the government is making these changes already, I think this is an opportunity to show support for the public and staff who are wanting to see this review. But in response to Councillor Corrales' question, it also will depend in the interim on the level of service that we empower our staff to deliver these instructions and changes from to the community. Thank you.
I will just speak very quickly to say that I'm strongly in support of this motion. In fact, my only concern about it is it doesn't go nearly far enough. Point out that we have an obligation to do everything we can to keep our staff safe, and I'm sure that we were all very concerned in the workshop the other day to hear just how challenging the situations that our staff sometimes find themselves in can be, how incredibly intimidating and frightening they must be, and ultimately that it can depend on a whole lot of police backup as well, and that sometimes isn't difficult to attract as quickly as it is needed. Frankly, I don't believe that there's any excuse whatsoever for keeping dangerous dogs. None of us has the right to keep a pet lion or a pet crocodile, and yet for some reason we seem to think it's okay to have dangerous dogs roaming in our community. We've seen some horrific attacks, particularly on children. We should be doing what we can to try to minimise, preferably eliminate any chance of that happening. And so I commend Rotorua for putting this forward and hope that this will attract our strong support. Councillor Thompson.
I'm 100% behind this remit and really can't wait to see the review work underway for the Dog Control Act. I also endorse what's just been said. So apparently ACC statistics show that there were nearly 30,000 dog-related injuries over 2024-25, and nearly half of these being dog bite injuries. But what is really worrying is that while for adults that's often a limb, for a child that can often be the face. And nothing makes, well, there are not many things that make me angrier than seeing a poor child mauled and their face absolutely ripped apart, having to go through surgery, having lifelong trauma and scars. I do not have sympathy for people who keep dangerous dogs because it puts everyone else at risk, including our most vulnerable, our children. So I think that it's really critical, particularly as we've seen in the news, more and more of these incidents around the country, that there are stronger controls around the breeding of dogs, around mandatory desexing, giving councils the right powers to actually deal with dangerous dogs. Our community expects to be safe when they go out to the park, when they go to walk, when their kids walk to school, and I want us to be in the best position possible to deliver that for our community.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Having visited the animal control facilities recently and hearing from the animal control team, I'm supportive of something needing to be done to reflect the increasingly complicated situations our team can find themselves in. I've heard the views from our team that the current Act doesn't provide sufficient tools for them to respond effectively, and I'd like the team to have the right powers to be able to provide better outcomes for our public, so our public feels safer and our team are safer too. So on that basis, I support the remit.
Thank you. Appear to be no further speakers. Councillor Pike, do you want a right of reply? No. Well, then we'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're getting towards the end of the open session. We move now to page 233 in diligent and the two recommendations from open committee meetings. I'm wondering whether Councillor Huata, as the Chair, and Deputy Mayor Taylor, if the Deputy Chair would like to move recommendation number 1 from the Growth and Economic Development Committee on the sale and disposal of council land policy. Comfortable to do that, Councillor Huata? Deputy Mayor Taylor? Is there any desire to, it's simply adopting a recommendation from those committees. I'll put that motion then. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
And thank you, by discussion with the Chair of City Delivery and her Deputy, we're just going to go the other way around because the Deputy Mayor, of course, is the Chair of the CBD Revitalisation Committee, so I understand that he will move and the Chair, Councillor Thompson, will second the motion relating to the BNZ Novotel easement. Again, I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
No, it's not. It's not. It is simply the recommendation from the City Delivery Committee. So were you dissenting? So Councillor MacDonald is dissenting, which he did in the previous discussion of the topic as well. That's just consistent with what had been decided in City Delivery. Okay, those were the only two, weren't they? So we move on now to, actually no, that because we are not continuing with the Waikato Mayoral Forum, we need our resolution to exclude the public. Could I have a mover for that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Casey Cox, seconded by Councillor Pike. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
So we'll just have a few minutes while we go offline, but please do stick around. We've got some other matters of business to deal with.